just setting things up still. There's a lot to do in this one. Really big stuff too. Kind of hoping I can lasso tool my way out of this. Okay. Like that way of organizing chat. There, that worked. No. Okay. Let's see. How do I want to solve this? How do I want to solve this? I'm trying to calculate the composition I actually want. Maybe photos? I need a certain realism to the architecture. I still need to establish the scale. So I'll move these forward, and hopefully that solves that problem. I think that's what I'm trying to make composition very overlap. A lot of stuff to see. Found some interesting gigs. Have nothing to do with art, but I'm more creative than, I don't know, stocking shelves. So. Give them a try. What I want is like a shadow over here. So I want this kind of to be mid-tone, because it'll be under shadow. And then behind it, I want everything to be kind of lit. That's what I'll go with, I think. Oh, why does it do that? Hold on. Oh. I might have. I might have changed something. Alright, so proof colors, I think, is that. Yeah. There we go. It's actually popping up the the window to choose what type of proofing I wanted to do. It's kind of interesting, but maybe I'll set that to Control Shift Y, because that's something that I don't really use anyway. It's an out of gamut warning. Everything is out of gamut. Oops. What's that? Desaturate. Okay, I'll do that. So I'll put. I think I'll put a very large structure here. That'll cast a shadow. That'd actually be kind of hard. This light is coming from something like over there. I don't know if you could do this in an exterior, actually. Usually I try this in an interior where I can kind of control it a little bit more. Yeah, I think I need to think more than paint here. Uh, why cast a shadow now? Would have to be kind of the front. You have would have to be a very large in front of the figure, not that. Just the way the light is. So if I have, this is true. Shadow there. And only a little bit of reflected light on the bottom. Shadow. Something way bigger than the statue. Since they're all above. Okay. You think how to solve that? What if I use them to tell the story of the light a little bit better? Right now they're about as big as buildings. From this perspective, they're very large. They're as big as that staircase. What if I move them forward a little bit, move them apart, size them differently? Alright, let's try it with one. Get this layer so I do whatever the heck I want. Okay, so what if, for instance, move the statues closer? And I space them apart. Way they're a little closer. Move them to different parts. I don't need them all in a line. I think I just need them to be large. Need them to be maybe even in different parts of the city. Small. So I want to cast a shadow on a couple of them at least. And then I want to have reflected light on them. Like the bottom. One in the center I could actually leave. There's kind of a sense of scale. I kind of know what statues are now, right? Size-wise. So, use them as an element of scale. Move back in the background. I have okay. Almost lost his hand. Forgot about his hand. I was like, wait, where is his hand? Where's it hiding?
And especially, we don't like to lose things that are important to us. And make no mistake, relationships are the single most important thing to you in your life. It's the source of all of your best memories. It's the source of all of your worst memories. When you think back on your life, you're 95, 100 years old,
group
you look
these.
back over the course of your lifetime, you're not gonna
Okay,
think,
one more.
I wish
Alright,
I owned a better
there's
phone. I wish I spent more time on the internet.
1, 2, 3.
I wish I spent more time at work or sleeping. It's not going to be any of those kinds of things. It's going to be, I wish I spent more time with the people I love.
So a choice here, I could go even further. And use even more. I think because I lack a lot of scale, that's probably what I'm gonna do. I might even space out the ones in front a little bit more. This one fits in very well. And the light ray around here. Try to experiment with the way I'm gonna use light here. So I think there's something I can do here. That'd be interesting. I heard that Twitch was having a bit of a Me Too. But since since Twitch is like a very kind of rule by edict type of structure, authoritarian. There's a lot of A lot of potential for abuse, I think. Especially when it comes to Hey Artyom, what's up, dude? How's your morning going? Afternoon. I'm gonna kill this one. Try this one again. What's new, my fellow bald friend? I am looking through non-artistic gigs. Basically. I found one that lets you teach kids English. But you have to hype very hard. I don't know if I can hype that hard. That's kind of a thing. I think I can. You what? You what, mate? You know, gigs. Like little jobs, but not really a job. More like a um, I didn't find a teacher. I found a job, a gig, I guess, that maybe I have an interview for it. I don't know if it's gonna go good, it's gonna go bad. But it's teaching English to children as a second language on the internet, and it pays a little bit more than uh, what I see quoted for um, an actual job in a physical place. Where did those kids live? I can't tell you. Can't tell you that. Because then you'd find the job, then and then somehow scrape my my lessons if I ever make them, and then post to the Twitch. Are they on Earth? Yes, they're definitely on Earth. What happened here? I'm spooky. Hey, what happened just now? Oh, right, I killed that one. Okay, right, yeah. Okay, so yeah, I'm going to move this one over here, maybe? I feel like there has to be a movement through the canvas. I will teach broken English to children. That's right. No, well, see, I think it's a really niche job. This is actually what I'm going to say on the interview is that I think it combines some of the skill sets that I actually have. Uh, English and hype. So, I mean, I think I can, for like 25 minutes, smile and, be hype. I think I can do energy for, in very uh, structured, in a very structured environment, I think. But these streams are usually 20, like 6, 8 hours. There's no way anyone can hype through that. So, impossible. Not fair. Not fair to me. I can only semi hype. So the lesson plans are provided for you. So that's another thing. I don't have to do anything other than get props. I actually had to go out and buy a what's it called just for the interview, a backdrop. because I want to ace it if I can, because that means that um I don't have to do as much training and I get to start earlier, and I think I get paid more too. So I really do want to ace it. I yeah, I went out and bought um what's it called? I even made a pseudonym. I don't know if you're supposed to make a pseudonym, but I feel like you do because there's no way these people are called what they're saying that they're called. Yeah, I have a green. What's it called? I built it out of PVC pipe. I went to Home Depot, and now since I've been working out, I'm pretty strong actually. I can what's it called? I could cut PVC pipe. but last time I went there, I had to cut wood, and I was just cutting it for like, cause the saws are all shit. I think I cut it for like 15 minutes, and I was really nervous. Um, but now I'm like, yeah, I'm just gonna cut this pipe. Cuts pipe in what's called. I think I lost one of them on the way home because I couldn't build it as big as I wanted, so it's a little crippled. But I'm hoping that the screen, um, the webcam, like, um, that's actually the one thing I'm worried about is what's it called, the webcam. Maybe I should rehearse. These muscles will feed knowledge to these children. Put on an orange wig. I was thinking of like one of those LGBTQ clown wigs, maybe. No, just kidding. I was thinking of a wig actually, cause you mean burned rainbow wig? Sure, sure. No, I've seen these around. There's like this LGBT colors, but uh, on a clown wig, very popular. It's an old meme now. I don't. I think it's been around for like more than a couple months. Started with the actual real what's it called? But yeah, I think maybe something like a wig or a hat of some sort, a funny hat would really work. Um, maybe something with ears. You know, like those headphones with ears. The problem is though that I have to wear the headphones. So it's like I'm trying to figure out why they even have this position available, and I think it's because you are supposed to provide very good feedback for the kids learning. Small speakers should work. Uh, you still haven't accepted the baldness? No, I'm a proponent of the baldness. I think though that others in society look down on the bald, and I think that's factual. They want you to have real headphones that are visible. They don't. I'm not sure why that is actually the case. Why they? I think it's something like the appearance is very important. I don't know. My intuition is the appearance is very important. How old are these kids? Very young. That's why I think this will work because you don't have to teach subject matter in a deep way. It's just B. Can you say B? Yeah, you got it. You know, something like that. I just have to put on a voice, and I'm pretty good at that. I think I can do. What is a super energetic person sound like? You know, because I'm energetic, but I'm not that energetic, right? I'm not. I don't think anyone is. I think everyone's woke to that now that no one is that energetic. Fake hype. Yeah. But yeah. So I think I can hype. My hype skills have been growing on Twitch, but it's like, um, uh, yeah, 6 hour streams. I can't. I have to talk a bit slower. Oh, okay, that's interesting. Well, I mean, when like in character, yeah, I think so. I think so. I think that'll be. I don't think that'll be something that I have to learn because I do talk pretty fast. I think I can talk really fast, but I have to think about what I'm talking about. That's the problem that I have, I guess. Oh, that's another thing that Twitch has taught me is that I could just keep talking about nothing forever. Um, Not Ben Shapiro speeds, but you know, pretty close. But yeah, I think that would be a fun job, like comparatively, um, if I get it, and it pays okay, like double or even triple what I was getting for something very boring. Um, so yeah, my war chest is if they doubt the superiority of your baldness, show them that you have a wife. Yeah, I could do that. But yeah, I think they might ask me if I have kids, and I'll be like, no. I have a good pre-cooked answer though for it. Some of the questions that I'm thinking about, because there is like a 20-minute interview right before they ask you to perform the lesson. Hell no. No, I hate kids. No, yeah, that'll get you the job. Awesome, awesome. Yeah, but yeah, I think I can hype interviews today. So you know, if I don't get it, then I'll know today, I guess. But so far, it's been pretty good. There's other avenues that I'm exploring, like because I wanted to find a job that does not require locality. I don't see myself living in the same place for a very long time, so I need something that moves around, basically. Remote, yeah, remote or wait, that's actually the thing is that it doesn't have to be remote. It can be something that is like Uber, you know. So it's not really remote work. It's more like if remote is between two locations, right? Something like I guess it would be an app business. It's something that is like contained within the app. So it's you're in the same spot, but you're fulfilling work in variety of places. And I think that's a really cool idea for what's called. So it's not remote. Um, yeah, they're live lessons, and no, they don't want you to make like they can make the videos. They just hire for that. It's live lessons, and it's got a lot of interaction. That's I think why this business model works. Is it's the chance to speak with a English speaker. So I told them that I have 3 years of teaching experience, and so yeah, I guess I've been teaching Ixie this whole time. So there you go. and Ixie's a 3-year-old, so all of that is true. It's all just true. Just yeah, there you go. Hear from our sponsor, Skillshare. Now become whatever you want. We'll travel the world faster than the speed of light. Skillshare is here for you, and so is Gunroad and all the other. I've been teaching politics on Twitch TV, a platform owned by Amazon. No, wait. Have you seen that McDonald's meme? It's like I work 9 to 5 flipping burgers. And then it like the hold on. Well, I gotta look it up because it's like I create value for $1 billion. I create value for a $1 billion corporation. No, I handle transactions for what's it called. Let me see, McDonald's. We need the food meme. Oh wow, Google is woke. Apparently. I work at McDonald's. I have a part-time job in fast food. I handle transactions for a multi-billion-dollar company and industry on a daily basis and help provide around $2 billion to the U.S. economy every year. It's like the verbose meme, but with you know, it's a cross between technically, yeah, technically. I love this meme because it's this is actually like because it's a variation of one of my favorite memes. The verbose meme is just like how to say the you know those very compact phrases that say a lot in a lot of words instead. That one's always funny to me. Like fuck bitches get money is um disregard females, acquire currency, but then it gets longer with every step. Yeah, that is the apex of memes. 5 3/4. He ain't wrong. I've been teaching. Well, I mean, actually at one point I had 2 people that I taught for a while, and sometimes people come in and they ask questions, and I can explain things and I can do demos. So I it's not like I haven't been teaching during that time. I just haven't been teaching full time, and it's not really like something that you could do for free. Um, as a because it wouldn't be really fun if I really did teach for free. Like I feel like that would be. I mean, I think I could teach beginners, right? I think I could do that. If that much is true. I hope. Um, but I like it would be very boring and very very boring for me because I'd rather do my own work. But I feel like if I was getting paid for it, yeah, sure, maybe I'll do it. But yeah, it's a weird market because the people that probably could use me teaching them probably wouldn't pay for it. So it's kind of like an economically unviable position. However, sometimes we do criticism, do what's it called um some sort of teaching on this channel. So it's not a total lie. It's a miscalculation of the truth. But yeah, it's I remember doing like one-on-one mentorships with Nuglo and what's it called Rogue Sama, who used to come by on the channel all the time, and they actually did give me a little bit of money for it. So yeah. They teach him the importance of communism in music band. Um, didn't know that. Yeah, because they haven't been here for like the longest time, but they were at one point. They were at one point. Yeah, most of the people that watch used to watch kind of just they have other things. Um, I'm more of like a channel for a little bit of time. Uh, you all leave me in the end. Free. Except Ixie. Ixie's been around forever. I have a theory that Ixie is actually a Twitch staffer, um, and she's just there out of requirement. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah. Uh, all right. So back to the big questions, right? How do I show scale, and how do I save this composition? That is something that I'd like to do. That is something that I'd like to do. I'm watching, listening to a lot of, well, a couple of history podcasts on like Rome, just to have like an idea of like what the Romans were kind of about. Just for fun. Pretty interesting stuff. Uh, yeah. Learn about the Roman calendar, uh, Julius Caesar's conquests. Probably not a good way of learning history, but kind of a fun way. Oh, this one can't be darker than this one. This one has to be the darkest of all of them. Also the lightest, right? This one will be getting by the light squarely.
Feels like treading water, the way you've been on my brain, sinking through the bottom, cut that shit off, yeah, you were my
I'm still trying to come up with the composition here. Say what? What? Huh? Yeah, I've been listening to what's it called history YouTube for fun. I figured it would help with the image a little bit, maybe give me thoughts that I could kind of mold into other things. Uh, let me merge these down. Take a look at. So this is a radical change in composition. Um, it's kind of the way I want to continue doing this. Like, still don't. At least it kind of works now, but it's not telling the story of the place. That's kind of what I want to do with. Building composition with light. That's kind of what I'm interested in here. I'm interested in. But yeah, if you add up every single instance of me teaching something, I bet you would get something like a couple of years. Since I've been doing this for so long. But I don't know if that's what they're even looking for. I think they were looking for people who are willing to go like an extra mile, basically. They're looking for hypes, and they're looking for people who will go out, get props, care about the work. Yes, we get it. You taught random people on your stream. Well, not only just on stream, but in like outside of stream. So they would come and they would send me private messages, asking for critique. Yeah, I think it's not really a lie. It's more like a stretch. You want my nudes? I'll send them to you, but I don't think they're gonna have the effect that you want. Send nudes. I know there's a guy on Twitch right now getting embroiled in a controversy, and this is like I don't know. I don't know. I keep remembering like the ninja slash Mike Pence doctrine. Don't work with women because it's dangerous. And then there's this one guy right now that what's his name? God. Basically, I don't remember his name, but he made a joke. He's very popular on Twitch, actually. Got like 6K viewership. One of the bigger streamers. Apparently, he made a joke. It was kind of sexually loaded. But the thing is, though, that the person he made that joke to was already kind of initiating like almost like foreplay. Yeah, it's more like video games. I actually missed it too, but then I saw Trainwrecks had a synopsis of it. I was like, oh okay, let me just let me get up to speed on this. Yeah, apparently, oh, what's it called? Apparently, this dude got banned for a joke. It was an obvious joke. Uh, got banned for sexual harassment. Um, but yeah, if you, um, no. Twitch doesn't do permabans unless it's like, you know, you've been a really bad boy. Because it's bad for business. You have to be a really bad boy to get permabanned, I think, and you have to be stupid about it too. I think it's I think the timer for I think there is a kind of like a statute of limitations for those bans counting together to get you a permaban. So that's kind of a thing. So all you have to do is lay low for, you know, a couple months, and then it's all right. You can say something insensitive again, and you know, you won't get permaban. That's kind of a fair system, right? No one wants to lose money, Twitch included. And they also want to have the ability to say that, hey, you know, we're good boys. We The thing is though that like people are judged on this strange set of criteria where it's like it doesn't even matter what the person thinks of the joke, like if that person knew that it was a sarcastic joke or if it was you know, it was a pun or it was well, but he could get reported by a third party because it's it, they could perceive it as sexual harassment, and just by displaying um this type of behavior you could get banned. So I don't know if you want to build a what's it called, a very one-sided system, you know, one that favors one type of people, um, then yeah, Twitch is very successful in that. Because yeah, it's definitely not pro comedian agenda. Let's call it that way. And so I don't know. I think Twitch could do better, and do better for more than one category of person. Um, yeah, I think there has to be uh, much more protections for both sides, to be honest. And it doesn't have to look like a prenup whenever you decide to work with someone else. It could just be a rigorous, I don't know, investigation process. Reminds me of the Carlin Code. If the truth was to come out, the whole world would collapse. Which truth? Wait a second. I don't remember that. What was the truth? I think I watched most of Carlin's specials and a lot of his like TV appearances, but I'm not like, you know, I'm not fully woke on all the things that he's ever said, obviously. The relationship between businesses and money, and honesty. Oh, like Like businesses are actually willing to say anything to keep making money, like that. Like they're, they're not really there for what's it called. They're very opportunistic, I would say. It stopped to pretend it would collapse. Hmm. I I do think that um businesses pretend a lot that they're like, oh man, look at us. No, it's like literally on my menu. I'm like very close. I'm probably gonna watch it today or tomorrow. Uh, Probably after the interview, I'll have some spare time unless they fast track me and won't have any spare time. But I don't know how much time I have left on this thing. I have a lot of stuff I want to sort out. I remember my brother's wife, she watched pop shit and he was into sci-fi. I'd hate to be in his position. Oh, like rom-coms? Yeah, there's nothing to talk about, right? Um, I think our tastes are pretty similar. Me and my wife, we're very similar. Um, yeah, I couldn't talk to someone who watches the Kardashians like on a regular basis. It just wouldn't work. Like we could talk, but we couldn't talk for like years. Just, yeah, it wouldn't work. Feels like bread and water. When I hear people say your BF or GF doesn't need to know have similar likes, it's like see that working for some things, but not for movies. Like it works for look, okay, so like this need is a very like strong like connotation. I don't know. And it's not really like something that you could predict either. It's like, okay, like over what period of time are we talking about? Like a month? Yeah, you don't really need to have um, similar interests. It doesn't really matter. You have totally different interests, and people's interests change. This is the other thing. Um, But it's the greater themes that are important. They kind of stay the same, even if the media changes. Those greater themes kind of remain the same for people. Like if they're interested in politics or philosophy or science, they're not gonna start suddenly watching, you know, reality television. Probably, I don't know. Like if they're into deeper things, they're not gonna like, what's it called, start. Those people usually read. They find entertainment in other things. Um, not gonna suddenly like you're not gonna suddenly change in such a way. But I don't know, like you don't have to have similar likes and dislikes. I think you can have. I think there's a lot of room for difference in opinion, but it can't be like. It can't be such a fundamental difference. Um, like I don't know. It's difficult. Like I don't think there's. Ah, it's tough. It's tough to think about. Even I don't know. Like usually you're driven towards people that have similar interests. You know. Yeah, I feel like I mean, like there's like I wouldn't dump someone because they didn't like Game of Thrones, right? But it's like when it's Game of Thrones week, they might dump me because the only thing I'd want to talk about be like, hey, this is just like Game of Thrones. Um, I don't know why people break up is always like a weird thing to me. It's very personal. Like there's no like one reason. I always try to think like, well, okay, has to be a variety of reasons. That's just one thing. Incompatibility. Um, 7 years minimum married people to talk about it. Well, there's parts of it, you know. Um, one part is, you know, um, interest. One part is love. One part is respect. A lot. It's not like. Another part might be child rearing. Sounds like guilt. I'm sure guilt is part of it. Yeah, I'm sure that is a legitimate reason why a lot of people stay together. I mean, those relationships are gonna break up anyway, right? Faithfulness is another point. I don't know, financial also very important. It's always small things too. Putting the cap on the toothpaste. What do people fight about? Very minutia. I know a lot of people have the toilet seat meme going on in their lives. I actually I have a solution, but I can't tell anyone. It's kind of unfortunate, but I actually have solved this problem. But I don't know if anyone else knows about this solution. No, it's not. Same toilet. But yeah. Same toilet solution. And it's just a different way of interacting with the toilet bowl, I guess. But yeah, I'm not gonna. I can't let this trade secret go. Unfortunately, it's gonna have to stay with me till I'm dead. I still don't understand what the problem is with the seat. What have I missed? Some women don't check before they sit down, so they fall into the toilet. That's the gist of it. It's like a power thing. You know, I believe, you know, you should um you know, like, just close it. I don't know, from my perspective, it seems like a, you know, someone wants the work done basically, and the other person wants the work done, and so it's an impasse between who should do the work of um women want it down and men want it up so they could uh you know, aim. But I have a solution for this. It's probably when no, that's terrible. I I would never want to do that. That's awful. That is awful. I'm not gonna pee like a lady. I have a much weirder way of doing this. The solution would be like in the future, the the way this will be solved is robotic automated what's it called, so we don't have to worry about this problem too much. Eventually there will be an automated solution. Why wouldn't you pee while sitting? Well, I do when I'm pooping, but like, I don't know, it's slow. I prefer peeing standing up. I don't know, that's just me. Yeah, of course everyone does it, but I wouldn't want it to be the optimal mode, right? No, I just don't like it. It's not about it you looking like a woman. I just don't. I prefer this other way of peeing. There you go. That's more facts than you needed to know about me. But I think most men prefer to pee standing up. I think I'm not in the weird minority. I should advocate for peeing while sitting. How did we get to this conversation? I don't know. This is I think I said that people break up over minutia, or it's the minutia that like what's it called? And I think I mentioned briefly bottle toothpaste caps. Oh, here's one that we fight about. My wife is very short, uh, and sometimes she doesn't notice things around her. I think, because Otherwise, this wouldn't happen. But if I leave the doors to the cupboards open, she crashes into them. So I try to be considerate and close the cupboards, but um, sometimes what's it called? Sometimes I fail to do so because like they don't. Um, an open cupboard doesn't cause a problem for me. Is Ixie your wife? No, my wife is busy. What? You won't make. He's uncovered the truth of our relationship. These marriage informations are important for the future generation relationship. I'm not sure actually. That's one thing um that I'm really not sure about. I'm not even sure if people will continue to get married. Um, I think I think like I think people are living in what's it called something like a common law marriage. I don't know if there was like a what's called like a rope or something that you could pull. I feel like this wouldn't be as much of a problem. But yeah, I think this has never come up. Like the whole what's called the toilet bowl meme has never come up because I've never actually um yeah, the way I interact with the toilet is just completely different than other people, I guess. And so this has never been a contention. And I will never let you know. I'll take that secret to the bottom of the grave. How this toilet robot has saved 4 million marriages. I mean, it could be. It could be like that something like that. Like if you say that divorce happens when you reach a threshold, like up until you reach a certain threshold, all attempts to divorce just end what's it called? It's a all or nothing type of um action. So once you hit the threshold, you achieve action potential. There's refractory periods. This is how your muscles work actually. If there's not enough, if it's just a little bit less electricity, um well not electricity but um charge, just a little bit less charge, um the action potential for your muscle is acquired. I don't even remember how it looks. I remember that it's it goes up and then there's refractory period. Oh, you know what? Where the what's it called? Oh, refractory, right? Yeah, because it goes like under the graph or something. I don't remember. I'd have to look at the graph. But yeah. So if you can keep, marriages, um, if that toilet problem keeps you from reaching that threshold, it's just that, like 0.1001% that keeps all these marriages together. Um, yeah, it could save a lot of marriages. Yeah, maybe, maybe it depends on how bad how bad all the other things are going. Yeah, I've seen people get divorced for um just various dumb shit or uh you know and very long relationships, which like like 7 years, 7 year relationship, and it's like uh we're just not compatible. It's like, well, that's interesting. We're not unsure enough, so a robot is an excuse to keep their marriage. I don't know. It's tough. I don't think they're. I'm not even sure about like the goal. It's a good goal. Should we keep marriages together because we should? I don't know. I think kids today are kids, young adults today are so different than a culture is so different than what I grew up with. That sure, there's still like a conservative element, but I feel like there's a very dramatic change that's occurring. It's occurring so fast that you can actually grasp it. Usually, a change like this occurs on like a very slow basis, and you can't actually have a full picture of it. But I think, what's it called? Now he's disappeared. I think he just put out a special. Actually, I think he put out a special, and people were very mad that he put out a special. I haven't watched the special yet, but it's definitely on my radar. I'm a big fan of Louis C.K. I think he does great comedy. I don't really care that he asked a woman or two if he could show them his penis. That's irrelevant to my enjoyment of the comedy. And yeah, I guess this is something like why people will continue listening to someone like um, Chris Brown. Yeah, probably. Probably. By your definition, I think so. Yeah, I think the definitions of these people don't want to make their own words, so they're just usurping words. And so it's not that I hate women, it's that I don't privilege women. Um, but yeah, I think that's how it how but yeah, I think like I think the accusations for Louis C.K. in particular are so overblown that they don't constitute um the type of uh the same like category of I don't know, sexual harassment. Oh yeah. He has some really good stuff. Him, Dave Chappelle.
It's fucking broke, man. Bank called me up. They're like, "Hi, we're calling because you don't have enough money." I'm like, "I know." She's like, "Sir, you have insufficient funds." Well, that's a good way to put it too. I agree with that. I find my funds to be grossly insufficient. Thanks for calling. Why are you mad at me? I don't understand what. How is this something I'm doing to you? She's like, "Sir, you only have $20. That's not enough. You can't only have $20. I'm like, "Look, I'm not being broke just to fuck with you. I just really don't have."
Yeah, Louis C.K. is he has very smart comedy, and it's There's a lot of it that's super controversial, and I don't really understand exactly why. Um, yeah, I think he's kind of inherited what Carlin was doing. Um, he looks deeply into concepts of it, and that's how he's able to make those powerful jokes, right? Not just um, yeah. Well, I guess for you it's very what's it called, very different for you because it's you don't, you're not American, so Americans view the world through their lens. So um they think that, you know, our problems are everyone's problems, sort of American exceptionalism. Um, so yeah, yeah, the things that um, comics tend to talk about. Yeah, Carlin looked through deep issues. I don't think, I think because Pryor was doing more of the race stuff, so like it just wasn't like the things that he was interested in, I guess. I think Carlin could write, you know, race jokes. I think that'd be fine. Also, there's this thing where it's like you're not a certain race, you can't write race jokes technically. I think at one point, they told Louis C.K. to leave the race stuff to Dave Chappelle. Like a Comedy Central exec told him that, you know. So like there's significant oversight for comedians. That's not just like, oh, this is, you know, social norms. There's like literal corporate. Um, yeah, I think so. I think the things that Carlin was interested in were more. Um, I don't know, more broad, I guess. So, but yeah, there's a lot of um, there's a lot of red tape around these issues. So even if you wanted to write these jokes, um, you might be stopped from doing so. Not just on a social level, but and I think that's pretty bad. I think that's just a bad state of affairs. Um, I mean, everyone like should be able to write any sort of jokes they want, honestly. And I always believe in the, you know, as God, uh, just blank on his name. Mm, Patrice O'Neill. As Patrice O'Neill said, I'm always in favor of the attempt. You know, the joke might not land, but you have to be in favor of the attempt. You can't do this thing where it's, well, no, it just can't. can't even think about these.
Click the link in the description to try out the Crayola face filter and send in your videos because we're going to be featuring our favorite in the official Crayola music video. Toodles! I got colors in my head, feel them swirling round and round. Turn the billions into millions, wear these light bulbs as a crown. If you tell me turn it down, I'll just turn it up real loud. Grab the ibuprofen, cause I'm going apeshit till I make it. I got colors in my head, feel them swirling round and round. Turn the brilliance into millions, wear these light bulbs as a crown. If you tell me turn it down, I'll just turn it up real loud. Grab that ibuprofen, cause I'm going apeshit till I make it.
Harlan rape jokes. I don't know those, but I'm sure they're spicy. I'm sure you couldn't do that type of comedy today. I'm pretty sure like even Louis C.K.'s comedy like has been looked at and they're just like, oh my god, can't believe we thought this was funny. It's like, oh god, really? Really? That's what we're gonna do here. I'm gonna like take a look. This is kind of like, oh my god. But this is the Christian self-flagellating. You know, beating himself up for. You put them together, it doesn't accept it. Oh, fuck, I don't have auto mod up, so I can't. I don't have like the dashboard up, so I can't see it. I'm gonna open it. Hold on. When you hit the what's it called? Hit that hit those words again. I'm gonna auto mod what's it called? Them to be accepted. America shit. It looks like it went through. Allow. Merc. Why is that not permitted? I'm wondering about these. That's strange. Maybe like there's an anti-European faction within Twitch who believes that American is a slur for Americans. I wonder what they think about Eagle Land and Eagle Bucks. I wonder if those are. Let's go. But I'll keep the dashboard up in case you find some other. Europe sucks balls. That's okay. That's fine. That's totally okay. Yeah, fuck Europe. Why not? Why not? Yeah, it's strange. It's strange. Yeah, but I think being a comedian is tough now. Because there's so many restrictions on what you can and can't say. And it's, it's being enforced top down. It's not just, bottom up. People are mad. There's what's called. You literally, I think that's why, it's another reason why comedians have gone kind of like independent with, like you can catch Bill Burr's special on his website, and it's not just like greed for money. It's literally he gets to perform the way he wants to perform. He gets to say what he wants to say, or at least it's it's definitely that feeling for him probably at the end of the day. Because if I knew someone was watching me, I would probably watch my mouth at least a little bit, But when it's um when it's like it's your platform, literally your platform, you know, then it's totally different. Here's the other thing. Jim Jeffries. Uh, I think I've watched a little bit of Jim Jeffries. Let's see, cause he's the blonde guy, right? The blonde dude. I think I watched them a little bit. I think I don't know if I've seen his. Yeah. Oh no, I was thinking of. No, I was thinking of Jim Gaffigan. Jim Jeffries. Jim Jeffries. This guy, I know about him, but it's from like him attacking like uh free speech advocates. I think that was him. Jim Jeffries doesn't understand America. I think I saw that clip. Um, yeah, I think I saw him attack Count Dankula on what's it called on Twitter. Maybe I'm misremembering. I remember. I think he's very woke. Anti-circumcision movement in Israel. I like Jim Jeffries suddenly. These are things that matter to me. Jim and Sam discussed Count Dankula verdict. I'll have to look through it again because I think he might not be actually what I'm thinking about. But I remember he was an offensive comedian. If I remember the set, I might not remember the set correctly. Yeah, I'll have to look through. But yeah, I don't understand comedians that attack other comedians for freedom, like for the jokes. Like you could say, okay, no, that joke was insensitive. He shouldn't go to jail for it. That joke was bad. Okay, still shouldn't go to jail for it. That's just how it should be perceived. Um, there should be no comedian that says this joke is just off limits. You cannot attempt this joke. You should never say this. This person needs to be in jail. That like fundamentalist position. I don't even know like I don't even know what to call it actually. It just doesn't. It just doesn't work. You can't as a like you're no longer a comedian at that point. You're just or you don't understand what you're doing as a comedian. Comedians are supposed to be able to deconstruct anything. Doesn't matter what it is. So they should be able to make a joke about anything. Or at least attempt it. There's bad jokes. No one's saying that there aren't bad jokes. But this thing like, well, we have to consider how this affects a global population. If it's not funny, right, then it's not funny. That comedian won't do that joke again. That's the whole point of it's an iterative process. It's not, you make a joke and then it's like jokes that work work no matter what, basically. Even that's kind of the beauty of humor. Even though a lot of these people have conditioned themselves to kind of you almost not engage basically, because that's kind of what they're doing. They're just not engaging with the joke. They're not thinking. Even they get an involuntary laugh sometimes, because the truth of it, you know, is that they can't not engage. They just, when they think about it, it's funny. It's funny because it's true, and it still gets them to laugh, and so even when they're trying very hard not to engage with the subject matter, because that's how you don't laugh at, that's how you don't um what's it called, um that's how you don't get jokes, is that you literally just don't try to understand what's going on, understand the subject, if it's a good joke. It's a bad joke, yeah, okay. And by bad joke, I mean that it doesn't work, like it doesn't have the it's difficult to explain in words, actually. What makes a bad joke? Um, like it follows the principles of, you know, something like benign violation theory, but it um, you know, has bad timing. Maybe, I don't know. There are mechanisms within joke. It's not just like funny thing. Um, uh, I don't know. I don't know. It's a difficult subject. That's probably why they make so much money, comedians, because they're able to use these rules without really explaining them, I think. But yeah, any most good jokes are a deep look into the subject matter and a deep kind of connection to it. Yeah. I'm a comedian, I can say whatever I want. I think you should be able to say whatever you want. I think there's a I think there's a problem though, that we've started to, instead of say, we've kind of expanded the word say to uh, videos or images, right? Videos and images. So this is like into freedom of expression. So uh, so when someone hears you should be able to say anything, they start presuming those other components. And when I say, I mean, um, you know, utter with your mouth, because there's a very compelling case for things that you shouldn't be able to post. Like if a news outlet is reporting a criminal activity, but that reporting that criminal activity means engaging in that criminal activity. Say it's disseminating some sort of information, right? It's illegal to disseminate this sort of information. By reporting on it, and this is very, very abstract because I'm trying to make this as abstract as possible. By reporting it, they become criminals. And so I don't know if freedom of speech encompasses the video and image elements in that case. So I think it's kind of a straw man at this point to include them. But if you say I'm a free speech absolutist, I think the straw man of the position is that So what you're saying is you want to be able to oh, I can't do that joke online. Definitely can't do that joke. But yeah, say that the act of reporting on a crime is actually engaging in that crime, right? Then there's a problem, and you're engaging not with words but rather with images and videos, right? As abstract as I can make it. Make a wife or mother joke in Russia. Let's see if you can survive. Oh yeah. They don't like that. They don't like that. I actually had a confrontation with a Belarusian because he didn't understand the what's it called, the cultural element. And we fought. Uh, well, briefly. I socked him in the face, and yeah. That was it. I'm not a violent person, but yeah, I don't initiate violence either. Um but I do have a big mouth. So that's another reason why I work out, is cuz sometimes I'll say things to people that they don't find uh acceptable. Unless there's a stop sign nearby. And then in which case I am the initiator of violence. No, but like I still feel like I was fired unfairly there. Bald painter dude slaps Belarusian dude in the face. Belarusian marriage divorce rate increases to 68%. Accurate? Accurate. That's exactly what happened. But yeah, they don't get the culture of your mama jokes. And this is a time where um and this type of humor has actually evolved, right? Um we no longer use the preface "yo mama," right? But we still very actively use the format. In Greece, they sweared mother in every other sentence. Uh, they don't respect women, I guess, in Greece. Respect women. They just like to curse when the vocabulary isn't there. Well, that's the thing about cursing, right? It's an emotional response. It's not like people say that you should be smarter to not curse. It's not about being smart. It's that you feel emotional about things, and you kind of let go, and that's when you start talking quickly and start saying things. But yeah, it is partly. Um, it depends on the case. Smart people use better swears. Yes. I have many more, and I'm used to using many more ways of putting someone down that don't require me to use the F word. Got him. Yeah, it's creativity, right? I'm very creative with my insults when I have to be. Or I try to be. I actually, this is kind of a fun game for me because I like insulting people. But what's it called? You know, in a friendly way, I guess. But I really hate repeating jokes. I always try to be very original with jokes. Or it's good because then it doesn't it doesn't register as much on the radar as like, oh, this guy is just being what's it called? This guy is insulting me. It's more like, oh, this guy is working through material. When not around, I just never swear. I start swearing when I'm around people who swear a lot. Yeah, well, because no, you're always trying to, like, subconsciously or not, use the language that other people understand in order to, be more articulate practically, right? So if someone says fuck a lot, and I want them to understand that I'm angry, probably not gonna use the word fuck. Well, I am gonna use it, but wait, hold on. So I'm probably gonna use it in a way that is explosive. Like I'm only gonna use it in that one sentence instead of all of the sentences. So because you talk about politics, you shaved your head and started going to jail. No, I mean I don't talk about politics with anyone really. It's actually like I talk about it with friends online, so I don't really need my physique in that case. I don't need to be an internet tough guy either. There's no need. I don't need to tell someone, you're wrong. I'm gonna beat you up in real life. I challenge you to a fight. I hate those people. Those people are cancer. What's it called? But online where it's safe. Yeah, technically. All right, so I changed the composition up to I think this guy has been a little small on his top. He's very top, not heavy. The opposite of that. Top light. Yeah. Okay. I watched a video about YouTube trolling the other day. The guy who made it forgot the first rule of the internet: don't feed the trolls. Making a whole video about it doesn't really help. Yeah, interacting with trolls is a bad idea. That's just true. It's it kind of becomes ingrained in your like behavior at some point, and you just don't even realize it. Um, he wants others not to care too. You see, I don't know. It's like that. What's it called? It's content. Everything is thought of as content nowadays, so it's like. So all these things need shadows. I think since the light is coming from here, I'll see more of it. This thing. I'm trying to make sure that the whole shape is. A British accent, so you trust him and you like him, but actually he's a wanker. I'm trying to do what's
One of the things that I
oh god. One of the things I love the British accent. The one thing that I want to do is the Scottish accent actually. I want to learn how to do that one. Because it's always like just swallowing syllables, I guess. You didn't have to do that. Mate. And it sounds like what's it called? Yeah, I like the Scottish accent. It's very what's it called? I know that the Scottish accent actually serves as a basis for you know, that southern type of language that like Ebonics basically. So yeah, it's some sort of oh god, there's this one language that I found. It's not really even language, it's like a perversion of languages. It's called Pidgin, and it's something that's available on the BBC currently. That's where I found it. But yeah, let me see BBC Pidgin. Pidgin is kind of like police say them never arrest suspects we kidnap leader of Buhari village. Police don't distance themselves from locutorian reports say them don't arrest suspects some are kidnapping. George Weah don't return to him office after Snake bin pursue him. This is the funniest shit. No, they're not. They're making this like specific language so that people basically I think it's people who can't read English, but they can speak it, and so they understand those sounds kind of. And like when you read these, they don't recognize words basically. They read, but they don't recognize actual words. They recognize the words that they themselves make, and it's like they say pursue am, right? When it's him, right? Pursue him, or bin. After Snake bin pursue am, right? So the words aren't there. It's just like this. It's this separate dialect almost, where the accent has become the written word. It's very interesting. I don't know what to say about this. But yeah. It's I guess it's a thing. Sunset suck, don't marry. I can only read that language in like my parody of or my like impression of what's it called an African speaking English, the African accent basically. Like but yeah, I think this is the worst thing. Never. Why? To split up a population, all you have to do is divide them by what makes them the same. So usually it's, identity, religion, language. So if you like legitimize pigeon in America, for instance, that would be a huge division. It would be very bad. And we already have like ebonics that, but like most of these people who can speak ebonics can also speak regular English. You just use ebonics because, yeah. I already saw you Americans on Twitch who talk like Bronx accent already. I mean, like I have an accent that I use here, yeah. Because people just won't understand me, I feel like, or they will, and so the accent also goes with the set of words. I don't know. Language evolves, right? That's the point of language, but there's an evolution that goes to the less articulate, more abstract, that is less serving of what language is supposed to do, and then there's one where and so that would be a de-evolution of language, right? A change for the worse, and we could say it's a change for the worse because we're using specific criteria. I think those are the important criteria, and that's a judgment, but I think even proponents of language like this want to be articulate, but the thing is that they aren't. And by articulate, I mean that they are able to say what they actually want to say. Not that they use big words, but usually terminology means clarity. Answer music, over large clothes, fake hand expressions. I don't know what fake hand expressions are. I don't know. There's a lot of these memes, because the thing about language is that it allows you to kind of change the way people think. And so if you can dumb down language, you can actually dumb down their logic too. And so they can't resist bad dialectic, or like they don't understand why some things are not logical, because you've kind of changed almost the operating system. Hug each other, but not really. Football hooligan language. Yeah, this isn't a good thing either, dude. I've never heard about it, but I think I can imagine. So, like, what's this language good for exactly? Being a football hooligan, I guess. Should we value football hooliganism? Is that a thing we should, endorse? Imagine listening about sports and football all day. Radio and fans only talk in football terminology. Yeah, I don't have access to this because I don't even know what football terminology would be like, other than the ball and the goalposts. and like the positions. But that seems pretty cancer. Well, yeah, no, I mean, I know that you mean football, not football. See, that's a weird part of language too, right? When the same word means different things, but you're using it interchangeably. But yeah, when I say football, I usually mean actual football, not American football, because that's what it is. That's what there should be an American in front of football if you want to say what's called. In my opinion, in my humble opinion, um, thank you for the up like. I appreciate it. But yeah, I think it's weird that um, people are like, this is kind of like a weird point of contention. I don't know. Sometimes I'll watch Euro. Sometimes like when I'm visiting my parents, because my dad watches it. So it's not really something that I'm super interested in. But I can say for sure I'm super not interested in American football because I never watch it. It's not something that I'm into. So. The Euro Cup for football. Uh, 22 millionaires running around, falling like little kids, pretend to be in pain and get millions. Acting is a big component of why football is interesting and entertaining. Most of the memes that come out of football are like from the acting, like Zidane headbutting that one dude in the chest. Like most of those memes are totally outside of the game of football, the rule set of football, right? I mean when people's mood changes depending on their. I don't know. I think people watching the game. It's actually kind of weird. Like, would you watch? I don't know. I don't really get the whole fandom thing. It's not something that I really understand. I've been to live football matches, right? But yeah, when you're part of the crowd, it's kind of like what's it called, like kind of being a part of a mob. I don't really like that feeling. It seems like you de-individualize. I don't really enjoy that. But like when you believe in a team or you're a fan of a team, I never really got that phenomenon. Never really understood that. I haven't really tried to look deep into it, I guess. I just don't get it. Something like you want them to win? I don't know. Experience the downfall. All things that achieve, spend all your energy, money on better stuff. I don't know, like, what is better stuff? I I think whatever it is that they're doing here is entertainment. So I think entertainment is just as important as um, I don't know, almost like cure for cancer. To be honest, I think it might even be more important. Um, if we talk about entertainment as a prescription and a intervention for um, depression, suicide, all these other things. I believe that entertainment is actually more important than than curing cancer like as a greater good. I think we should cure cancer, obviously, but I think we don't um we have this weird math going on, right? There's like if you examine the amount of people that die from cancer every year, it's probably in the hundreds of thousands. Like let's say in America, if you take different countries, like it's probably not cancer, it's probably something else. But yeah, if you could entertain a counter um kind of like a hypothesis, I guess. What would happen if you weren't entertained? If a lot of all these people that love this thing weren't entertained by it, and they weren't entertained by NASCAR or sports or art or theater or any of these things, they had literally nothing but their work, um, and their work was very practical. I feel like a lot of people would just start killing themselves. So that's not really how humanity is built to function. Um, I think if you leave people long enough just with their thoughts, they don't have the monotonous bullshit that engages them and keeps them. Um, then I feel like a lot of people would be depressed. I think they wouldn't be, especially if they have no intense moral survival needs, like if their food, water, and uh, shelter is provided for. So yeah, I think if we stop spending money on what you define as bullshit, I think we'd have a really big problem. Really big. So this is a counterfactual, and it exists only in a rational space, right? It's a hypothesis of what would happen. So there's no way of proving it because there's no real way of experiencing a society at this point that has it has its needs filled, um, and also just lacks all entertainment. Um, I don't know what the statistics would be like. I think my guess is um, very, very, very large increase in depression, suicide, and um, disengagement with um, it's for the betterment of the world. I don't know. I don't believe in a betterment of the world. I don't believe in the progressive narrative that everything just keeps getting better. I think we're kind of moving sideways in a lot of things when it comes to these non-survival based questions, right? I think we're moving on this sideline rather than a progress. Um, for questions like entertainment, for questions like what's called, I think yeah, I don't agree. I think we haven't really. I've made up my mind. Rip. I guess you're right then. uh, yeah, the thing is that like even if you could just destroy all these industries, right? They would just reform in a different way. But there's almost like a biological slash cultural component at work that is, unless you change the human nature, it's impossible to just like change what we value. No amount of baldness and muscles shall convince me. Well, I hope my arguments don't depend on baldness. That would be really awkward. It would be like God, what's the Latin for baldness? Alopecia, I guess? Or is that the Greek? Dilata calvitum. Or is dilate calvitum. Calvitum. I guess alopecia is Greek. Calvitum. Calvitum. Argumentum ad calvitium. The argument of baldness. An argument from baldness. Sorry. I'm right because I'm bald. Got him. Yeah. Yeah, I think sometimes I don't have the energy to entertain myself even. Like I don't have the energy to even play video games. And that's when I really love watching TV. And by TV I mean like anime on my computer. Something where I could just be a passive observer and don't have to do anything other than interact with the content. I don't have to struggle or play the game. Just kind of relax, veg out. Misanthropist bald guy is always right. His worldview is impartial. I'm right about all the things. Yeah, I wanna figure out where this guy's connected. I also don't know if I really buy the. I want to fix this guy's face. I've been kind of avoiding it.
And I know times like this, you just take it slow. Fall asleep in the pillows. She got my heart in a chokehold. And there she goes.
Something like that. That's a little better.
Heart that pounds like a stereo.
You have trouble with hype.
Take me
Fine.
round and round like the merry-go.
I know a few streamers that can help you. Like, they have a tutorial on how to hype. I think the way I construe the concept is biggest. So I, the way I think about it is, I think something like it's deeply inauthentic. It's acting, right? You know, and so I think in a structured environment I can do it because the structure demands for it, right? In a specific way, in a specific what's it called? But to do it like overall, I think. Yeah, I think it's difficult to do it on. I think it's difficult to do it on like Twitch. Just because what I think it is hype has to kind of be premeditated for me. I have to know what I'm hyping before I'm hyping it. It can't just be what's called an authentic reaction. It's not authentic to me. So maybe that part requires like training to act authentically by lying, basically. But yeah, if you send me that tutorial, I'll watch it. Stretch your mouth. That's how you hype. There you go. And put your teeth together. Smile. Yeah. I'm actually trying to smile full time. But I keep forgetting to. See, when it's 25 minutes, I think I can do it. People thought I'm gonna attack them. I think, yeah, I think you're smiling wrong. Haha! Yeah. Yeah, there's but yeah, I think eventually you run out of energy, especially it's hard to do it too with nothing to react to. So like can't I think video games gives you something to kind of bounce off of, and other people give you something to bounce off. But it's not something you can just do like from art, or it's very difficult to do it. Because these hard problems you have to think about, not um, hide the pain herald. I don't know if I want to click that. This is one of my favorite hide the pain heralds. Yeah, it's basically it. Yeah, the eyes also dead giveaway if your smile is fake. But yeah, I practiced in the mirror a little bit, so I think I'll be good. It has to be natural. You can't. I watched a lot of like tutorials for it, like how to do this. And it is a skill. It's mimetics. Your mimetic muscles. Я жив ВКонтакте. What the fuck? It says I'm alive. His ВКонтакте, what's it called? Profile, and it's like the Russian Facebook, and the what's it called? What's the date? Yeah, VK. VK. I don't know. The VK Lounge. I don't know if it's actually kind of funny because the Russian government actually runs that social media. They usurped it from the original guy. It's kind of interesting. It's like, what's the worst thing that could happen? And I think this type of action is the worst case scenario. So, what was his name? Pavel Durnov? I think. Had a VK account in the past to speak with my online Russian girlfriend. Uh-oh. Careful with those online Russian girlfriends. That is a, what's it called? Until I saw my profile had posts and random profiles without me ever going there. Yeah. Yeah, probably don't use VK. It's kind of cancer. You could probably, there's probably like But yeah, it's like no one wants to use the Chinese fucking Chinese social media, but for some reason Russia state media is just like, yeah, we'll use it. Literally owned by this fucking state. This is the worst thing. The worst thing you could do. Yeah, it's like the old rhyme. Roses are red, violets are blue. Putin wins the election again. Probably shouldn't use their social media. Probably a bad thing. I think Assange was sentenced to 15 weeks, something like that. Still watching that. I don't know if they're gonna let him go. Like, I want a Russian, Ukrainian, Belarusian girlfriend. Tell her to use Facebook if she wants to contact you. Be careful. There's a load of these people that are actually like what do you call them? They're kind of like part of corporations that seek to extract funds from what's it called, citizens abroad, and they hire women or sometimes men to write what's it called, write letters. And this is a thing because I know because like one of my wife's friends did this. My boner shell. Well, that's the worst way to live. The worst way to live. I don't know if the politics matter. I think it's just that it leads you down this really bad road. But yeah, so there's literal companies out there that make money on this. So yeah, don't be very careful. I mean, it's still possible to meet someone. But yeah, be very careful. A lot of these sites that promise, like, oh, Russian bribe, mail order bride, basically. Or just, some sort of like, meet Russian women. Russian singles are waiting to talk to you. It's the bad idea. Bad idea. Especially since I think they're more conservative in Russia and Ukraine. They don't exactly have I'll give you an example. This is kind of a. All right, I'll just give it to you and then I'll tell you what part is the truth. So, Russian man murders girlfriend because it turns out she was a man. Russian man put to death for being gay. That That other part is kind of a joke, but yeah, because I feel like that's how it would play out in Russia, um, because there's a there's a disdain for homosexuals. It's actually kind of illegal to, almost illegal basically, to be gay because the legislation is pretty vague. It basically says um, you can't advertise your lifestyle and you can't what's it called. So basically, like you can't enact the ideology of being gay. But what that means basically is that if you're gay, you can get arrested. The charges are basically what's it called. But anyway, yeah. So I don't know. This is a case. I don't know what the verdict was. I just saw the headline for the case for like for this man who murdered over this. I don't know. Like I feel like he's gonna get acquitted. Because it was, I guess, reasonable. In Russia, I feel like politically, I think it would be expedient for him to be acquitted. I think yeah, I think in Russia that's what's going to happen. Although I'm not absolutely sure. I'm guessing. I'll have to look it up later, see if there has been a verdict in this case. But yeah, it's a fresh case, so kind of interesting. I think I might bring this guy down a little. I feel like that'd be more powerful position. And then I do want to start putting in the exploration elements in their scale. If I save a blonde from Russia, will I be the hero? They actually have this problem right now where Russian children are being adopted. This is like straight from their propaganda piece, and they really don't like this for some reason. Fuck you! Don't adopt our children is basically the state party line. I don't know if this is actually a problem. I'm not really sure. But I know it's part of their politics that this is a problem. It's interesting because Russia. I think Russian population is in decline, as far as I know. There's a very large amount of people dying. Uh, that is not captured by official statistics. Basically, that's the case for most of these regimes. For some reason we think that Russia is exceptional, but it's not. Don't trust Ukrainians. Speaking about Russia. Don't trust Americans speaking about Russia. Only trust Russia about Russia. I feel like almost everyone has a beef with Russia, and it's like they're morally unaccountable, and no one can judge Russia. Only Russia can judge Russia by the basis of their own morality. It's like the CIA investigated the CIA of wrongdoing and found that there was no wrongdoing. You know that? Something like that. Yeah, by the moral standard, I feel like, yeah, their own moral standard, they might be okay. Especially since most of their population is propagandized in such a way that they have no ability to make distinctions. They are so flooded by information that there's just no way. Because the amount of narratives that exist is just huge. This is what happens when you own when the state owns the media. The state has no interest in pushing a false narrative. What it has an interest in is depoliticizing the populace, making it so that they have no strong opinions one way or the other. This is actually very effective propaganda, much more effective than separating and creating, like sectarianism. Especially if what you're interested in is a more cogent nation. Talk to my friend Ukrainian boy. It's just how it is. Sorry, Putin is a. I admire Putin's ability, and his state's ability to, this sort of political control through the media. I think this is a very big accomplishment for authoritarianism. If I was an authoritarian, this would just be like really great. Fortunately, I'm not, so it's really awful, but it's still an accomplishment. And so this is actually a mode of authoritarianism where you can really fuck with democracy too. If you demoralize enough people, they are not political in any way, right? Only a certain amount of people will vote, and then it's like 9% of the population deciding who the president is or something like that. I'll save them blonde women so they can live their free gay life. Yeah, it's funny because you don't hear about the constant protests and repressions in Russia usually. It's just not on the radar. No one has really time to take a look. But there's constant like stories about state beats protesters. Just regular. Yeah, there's what's it called? There's a lot. Don't expect. I hope they change one day. Don't let their hate for asshole sex interfere with their lives. You should try anal and the hate will be gone. Maybe. Maybe it's just that simple. Did we really end up with the same philosophy that moves the world around? Uh, makes sex not war? Uh, I don't know. I think conflict is inherent to humanity, and I don't think it'll ever. I think it's not something you can get rid of. I think the best you can do is, you know, stave off war. For as long as you can. But it's kind of an eventuality. It's like those old paintings from the Rubens. I like Rubens, but you know, I don't know how it's like. Which ones? Yeah, there's a lot of titties. There's a lot of titties in there. The whole world should be orgies. Problem solved. So, something like Huxley. Right. Yeah, I don't think that'll work. Orgy porgy. I don't think that'll ever happen. Don't think we can automate ourselves to a point where we're no longer really necessary. Like I said, I think that's kind of the nature of subjectivity, really. Epicurus solved society ages ago. I think even if you describe something like a slave race, something like, I don't know, like what is AI really? What can we you know, is there a real world example or something that we can say without saying AI, right? Even if you had like a gulag um, full of just people working on, you know, scientific discoveries, like that. Don't think the rest of the world even benefiting from their suffering, it's called, would be kind of devoid of it. If you're smart enough, you go to the gulag, work. Right, but the rest of the people don't. It's like, what's life? What would life be like for the rest of it? Right, that's what would be interesting in this. Hypothetical. Is the current system a gulag? No, not really. No. Oh, it's a he's read Foucault. Everything is a prison. Jesus Christ. Everything is prison. Kind of like a prison. Even your rebuke of my arguments is oppression and is therefore a prison. Just like a prison. I'm still reading Foucault. He's a very powerful writer, but I haven't really gotten to the meat of what his claims are. Yeah, but I'm trying to imagine this like in our terms without science fiction, basically. Something like we could do this today. What would happen, if we had, a gulag for people who would think of innovation and stuff? I still think that we wouldn't really just be concerned with orgies. I don't think, see, because, like, this is why I think Marxism is, such a flawed ideology. It doesn't actually answer the problems of production and labor. It just gives you, like, these kind of like a priori claims, just very rational. Like, if you were not concerned with making money, you would just do whatever it is that you really wanted to do. It would be a creative explosion. Everyone would just be super, super creative. I don't know, this isn't really tackling the, like, why do we produce things? Why do we engage in these endeavors? What's the underlying reason? And it's not really capital, and, like, to pretend like it's just that superficial, everyone will just be creative. I don't think that's gonna happen. I don't know. It doesn't seem like we'll tackle the problem of bad. I think. Yeah, I don't know. If you remove the need for labor, what would happen to humanity? I don't know. Would we just evolve into our base needs? Eating all day, eating and fucking all day? I don't know. Stop worrying about doing shit jobs to survive. Yeah. But a lot of people aren't living like what you're living now, right? They're already in that, like, they don't have to do shitty jobs to survive. Their concerns aren't like devolving into orgies. You don't have to imagine. I don't know. It's question. Concerns are which overpaid, overpriced digital device to buy to fill up their. I don't know. I think what matters to people who have enough to survive is something like relationships. What else? Probably, I don't know. Pursuing creative endeavors is definitely something that interests me, but I don't think it interests everybody. I really don't. I don't think everyone cares. I don't know. Some thinkers think that we're all creative. I think we all have the potential to be creative. I don't think everyone wants to be or everyone is interested. You can't trust the system. Moral of the story.
I was walking through the city streets, and a man walks up to me and hands me the latest energy drink. Run faster, jump higher. Man, I'm not gonna let you poison me. I threw it on the ground. You must think I'm a joke. I ain't gonna be part of your system. Man, rub that garbage in another man's veins. I go to my favorite hot dog stand, and the dude says, you come here all the time. Here's one for free. I said, man, what I look like? A charity case? I took it and threw it on the ground. I don't need your handouts. I'm an adult. Please, you can't buy me hot dog, man. At the farmer's market with my so-called girlfriend.
Something.
She hands me her cell phone.
Something different.
Says it's my dad. Man, this ain't my dad.
See?
This is a
Not oversized, but it is douchey. No, same energy. Same energy. I have. But the moral of the story is can't trust the system. Radical creative freedom. I feel like at that point, I don't know, like if we abolish capitalism and we say, okay, but we're still living in a system where resources are limited. I feel like at that point, anyone who's not creating something that's interesting is gonna get the bullet. So if you don't produce something that that resonates with this with society. Sorry. Sorry, it's like I'm not talking about isms either. I'm talking about just broad abstract ideas that don't require an ideology to back them. Right? I don't need to look at this through the lens of Marxism. You could look at it through just the premise, right? You don't need the whole. So yeah, I think the premise, as long as you have a limitation of resources, as long as resources are not infinite, there has to be a selection process as to who gets them. Capitalism seems like a fair, in this case, way of distributing resources, but not just capitalism alone. It's capitalism that's, you know, part of the welfare state, right? We live in a modern welfare state, I guess. So. Marriage. John LaJoie on marriage equality. What is marriage equality? What's this about? The gays.
Hi everyone, my name's John LaJoie. You may recognize me from television, from my groundbreaking
Oh, I
internet
know this
videos,
guy.
or if you're my dog, as the guy who yelled at you this morning when you peed on his bathing suit. Recently, a lot of public figures and celebrities have been coming out in support of same-sex marriage, which is great.
What is this, like from 6 years ago? We don't have time for this. We've already gone through like thousands of years of innovation. We're so far away from marriage equality, I guess, now that it's no longer even talked about. Doesn't really matter. It's just not like a relevant topic anymore. I guess in Russia they should show them. They should show this clip. I think like I don't even remember this being like a talking point anymore. Marriage equality. It's interesting how language always. How to build strong language by emotional conjugation, conjugating words in such a way that they carry a more emotional, less rational, more abstract, less concrete. Yes, right. What it is, it's like words that are sort of undefined. They have a good, positive vibe. Something. Something like Mr. Yang and his Yang Bucks, they had to pull Americans by saying citizen dividends rather than. Let me see, what did you get motto mounted for? Citizen dividends rather than UBI, basically universal basic income. And so let me see if I try the words again. Let me see if I can. Not trust them. I was playing Dota 4 or 5 years ago, and whenever I was meeting a Russian guy, told them to speak English to understand each other. Something. Press up or shift up. I think shift up will copy paste your previous message. Or up. I think it's up. Nazi channel. Why? Why are you censoring me? Fascist. Your message has been checked by mods and has not been sent. Who is this? But maybe it's Automod. Yeah, it waits. Waits for you. You have to. Yeah, you have to send the message again. I'll see what it is. Cause I don't have the dashboard open. I close it. Wait. Maybe I do have the dashboard. No, currently I don't have. I have it open right now though. Yeah, none of those went like what's it called? I don't know what. I think I'm teaching Automod, which isn't good. I don't really want to participate in an endeavor that later handicaps me. But I guess for the time being, we just have to comply. Ruski Dota Topoli keeps saying, fuck you, American. I'm going to allow this. Add permitted. Term, fuck you, American. Yeah, this is fine. I don't see a problem with that, those set of words. Implying the only people that speak English in the world are Americans. Right, yeah, exactly. That makes zero sense, but from Russia's point of view, that's the only it's the only thing that matters. Great Paladin, thank you for the follow, appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. First world and second world and third world, yeah. Things may have changed now. No, every time I have a conversation with a Russian in Russian, that's like from, well, not every time, but like the majority of experiences that I've had have been vastly negative and yeah, and usually it ends with them making an arbitrary moral distinction between them and myself, in which they are my moral superior, which is kind of the way they carry themselves, I think. Russian fragility, I'm gonna call it. I have another fragility that I can't say online now. I think it'd be a bad idea. Can't say that on Twitch. It has something to do with the inability to come to terms with your own people as moral agents and moral actors, and also give them responsibility. It sounds something like, how else is he gonna get his money if he's not stealing? That's and that's the tea. Fragile, easily broken, shattered, or damaged. Yeah, there's a whole lexicon of progressive talking points. So they get this from badly written, non-reproduced psychology, sociology journals, and then it's propagated through literature, bad literature, and it's a bunch of words that really have no meaning outside these circles. But yeah. What does that mean? Weakness? It means something like inability. Inability due to weakness, or inability due to, I don't know, some sort of moral failing. So they have one for whites, white fragility. They have one for males, male fragility. And those are the only fragile things that exist. Everything else is anti-fragile, actually. So, which is an interesting claim, right? So it's a claim about superiority, I think. If you outline only one set of fragile, right, you're basically saying that the other set is not fragile. So it's Shaman tomorrow. Thank you for the raid. How's it going? What's up? What's up, guys? Bringing Chris's raid here. Oh, hey Chris. What's going on, dude? How's it going? I'm just drawing some no longer naked rock dudes. But yeah, what's up, guys? How's it going? How's your stream? How's your streams? 17 viewers. Wow. Yeah. It's talking about purple dots and confused me. What's a purple dot? I am also confused. Oh, the purple dot it just means that they're streaming on Discord. Yeah, I am aware of the purple dot. This is like the trying to get Sean to connect to Twitch Discord so it shows him streaming. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, you should do that. No reason not to. No reason not to. There's no benefit not to do it, you know? Plus you get things like subscriber badges, emotes, some of the other things, kind of neat features. Yeah. Yeah, there's a bunch of reasons to commit to what's it called? What's it called? Let me just get my dashboard for a second. Throw you a quick follow into auto host so that I don't have to do so much work. But yeah, and so that it also gives me the opportunity to do the work if I I'll just wait for you to say something else, and then I'll be able to click your name. I'm already following you. Okay, cool. Good to know. I'll do it later. But yeah, anyway, thank you again for the host. Appreciate it. Yeah, I'm working on this weird little illustration. It's supposed to be an environmental piece, but so far it's very not environmental. You still got OBS running, so Discord hides important shit in case you accidentally show it on stream. Yeah, yeah, the streamer mode. Half of it is filled with. It's gonna be a. It's gonna be a lot of statues in architecture. I just need to what's it called? I need to figure out It hides your streamer key and I think it hides your Discord numbers? I don't know, things that can be used against you, I guess, but it's like not really anything I need to worry about, so I think it hides certain things. I don't remember exactly what, but yeah. I'd have to read in depth. Yeah, soon it's gonna have architecture and all this stuff, and I'm kind of developing the what's it called. These guys are also statues actually, but they're it's hard to contrast them because everything else is stone. But the idea is that this guy in the middle is using petrification magic on them, and I think I'm gonna have like, you know, petrified grass and stuff like this in the zone where it's kind of worked. That's gonna be kind of neat. I don't know, it's a lot of stuff to render, a lot of stuff to visualize. But the premise was supposed to be exploring another world, and I think I can do it even with, you know, an overabundance of figures. I think that's very possible. Very possible, but I don't know if it's gonna be a better piece for it or a worse piece. It's gonna be something like either aliens or oh, he's definitely a victim. He's definitely a victim, but he's also it's a story of betrayal, and it's a story of it's a lot of drama that you kind of have to. My main idea always, and this is like something that I've always wanted to try to accomplish, is to get people to look at my images for more than 2 seconds, and that is a lot to ask, especially in these ages. Like, I want to make them good enough that you, first of all, you're intrigued, right? That okay, this has a lot of stuff in it, and it's interesting looking, right? And then I also want them to look at it for more than, you know, the first 2 seconds when they're like, okay, this is cool, next, right? Because that's how I look at images, most images, unless they're really, really good. And then I'm trying to figure out how they made them. And I'm also trying to figure out the narrative, right? But it's kind of a hard problem. So I don't expect to solve that one. I think what I want to do is give him maybe an open mouth so that it looks like he's saying something. And so that you know, but yeah, the big theme I want to try to get into my work is make people look at it for a while. That middle guy is dabbing with downward arm instead of upward. Someone has also accused me of making this a dab. They're all just dabbing on him. He's the guy on the bottom is a hater, and they're all just collectively dabbing. They're just all dabbing on him to dab to death. You know, like glitch mobs. What's it called? Club to death. Oh wait, is it glitch mob? Club to death? The Matrix theme? But this is dab to death. And I haven't really started rendering. I've just kind of sort of outlined where I'm still outlining where all the light is going to be, and then I won't have enough time to finish it for the Bjournament, but I'll have enough time to finish it for me, because I think it has the potential to be a powerful piece. It needs a lot of work, and it needs a lot of decision making still. I think that I haven't really solved. I'm making a lot of different changes like every time I open it up, but I think it's moving towards a better image. So just to kind of show you what I mean, it's a lot of stuff every time, and I've kind of developed it. Before he was dabbing up, so I actually changed it because someone said it was dabbing, and so this is how I build bad work into okay work, and so hopefully eventually, yeah, the buttocks are back. You gotta start with the butts, man. And all these people that are trying to just skip the butt stage, what are they doing, man? They're doing it wrong. You gotta draw the butts. Hell yeah. Let's see. Okay. So yeah, I'm still kind of deciding where and what the lighting will be, so then I can start doing the forms and the form shadows and all that. I'll probably redo their anatomy a little bit, because like some of the parts are still kind of like what happened here, because I kept adding, and like sometimes when you add stuff and change it, you kind of just keep the rhythm of the thing, but you don't keep the correctness of it. So I'll probably have to redo a lot of the stuff. So that'll be fun. That'll be fun. Just have to also how they're what's called how they are in perspective, like with regards to themselves also. But yeah, lots of butts in this one. Very fun. That'll be interesting. A lot of costume design too, because they're wearing basically like the easiest thing I could draw. And I think I can unadditively, but also additively design some things. But yeah, still a lot of like compositional work, still a lot of perspective work that I want to do. Still thinking about like how can I make a compelling environment out of a dramatized scene. Some of the ideas are kind of in the works. Like I want to create a scale for those characters in the middle that's much bigger than, you know, an actual human. So they're not just people, right? They're gigantic stone things. It's gonna be a lot of weird mashups. I think I want something like a spaceship here to lead into the composition. I have something like sort of read. But yeah, at this point I don't know. So I'm gonna take that out now. But I do think that there should be like some sort of lead-in. Maybe you're looking at the bottom of a spaceship or something that doesn't seem very, very Greek-like. Because it's supposed to be a new world, right? So there has to be like a delta between whatever other world they're, presupposing. So I'll probably draw something like a sci-fi civilization. Delta is a Greek word. Yeah, it is. Yeah. It means the change in the change between, I guess. But yeah, I'm thinking about how I can like make this about the yeah, still thinking about how I can make this a kind of like an exploration piece, like exploring a different civilization. And I think I have to establish scale, and I have to establish a difference between the two what's called two civilizations, because you can't really, there's no in one image, how do I say that this is like totally different? For sure, it's not just some guy going to Mount Everest, right? How do I tell the story of something that's being explored that's totally different? That's a difficult problem, I think. So, if I fumble it, it'll be okay. I think a sci-fi element would work really well. Because we associate kind of like technology with something like history. So in some place where they had stone statues and swords, they couldn't have something like an understanding of how to make a spaceship. Because then they wouldn't be using those swords. Also, I'm trying to do it in a way that they're very small, the explorers. Much smaller than people in this civilization. So they're biologically different, technologically different, historically different. A strong delta. At least I'm trying to. Strong change. But yeah, that's what I'm thinking with this piece. I think the deadline is like a week from now. something like that. So I don't really have that much time to figure out how to do it. I think I might have gone a little bit too over ambitious with it. But probably reshoot this. I want more of it inside the image since it's not cut off. I think that'll be helpful. Got a little engine. And yeah. It's definitely a weird piece. It's definitely one of the weirder pieces I've ever tried. I don't think I've ever tried to combine the genres of like fantasy or sci-fi together to form something that's like a crossover meme. I don't even know what to call it. It's a crossover meme. I guess that's what it is. Those are popular, right? I love crossover. And so, you know, trying to do something like an archaeological dig, but by space aliens. So what would that look like? It's gonna be a lot of weird shit. Just like, why? A lot of weird problems to explore. I'll eventually probably have to downsize on. You know, focus up on like one thing. It's just fine because I could it's not the overabundance of ideas that's a problem. Usually it's the absence of ideas. You have nothing to draw. But it's kind of a lot. I have temples. have statues, pillars. I'm gonna try to model this civilization after like kind of like ancient Greece, Rome, and yeah. Hmm. Wampa Stampa and Tyson Draws. Hey, thanks. Thanks for the a follow, and yeah, I appreciate the kind comments. Sometimes I not punctual with the live, but yeah, sorry about that. It's gonna be a lot of stuff. I always go over ambitious and then I downsize. Most likely, I'm gonna use a lot of helpers for speed when I'll figure out what I want. I'll be photo bashing a lot more. I'll be importing texture and stuff. But first, I gotta figure out what I want to say. And after that's done, I can kind of start, cheating my way to victory. Yeah, it's usually unhelpful for me to start with all the helpers, because then I get just confused about what I want to do with the piece instead of focusing on what are the problems. I'm more focusing on what are the problems created by a mismatch between texture and paint. Have you seen Stargate? Yeah, I've seen all of Stargate, but not the movie. I've seen the what's it called? The series. I've seen Stargate, Stargate SG-1, Stargate Atlantis, Stargate. Well, I've basically seen Stargate because I know what the plot is. It's an exploration of. I guess the original one was something like the. I actually wait. Hold on. Does Stargate start with SG-1? Remember? I think it starts with Stargate. That's like one weird fact I don't remember. But I've watched like 400 episodes of it or something shit like that. So Stargate SG-1, Atlantis, universe, but not the movie. But I think the basic premise of the movie has continued throughout the series. So if you watch the series, you basically know what's up. I think it was something like they went through the Stargate for the first time, and then they found ancient ancient Egypt, sort of. And the Egyptians were basically like slavers, and they've been to Earth before, and yeah, somehow the Earthlings escaped out of what's it called. Actually, most of Stargate was like an exploration of mythology. It was like, what if the mythology was its own world? And it's like there's a lot of ancient civilizations that escaped from Earth or something like that, or they came to Earth, but then they left it. So they didn't disappear. They went through the Stargate to somewhere else. But yeah, I love Stargate. Like the franchise. It's probably one of my favorite science fiction. Yeah, probably one of my favorite science fiction pieces for sure. Yeah, I've seen Firefly. I haven't. I've seen the series though. I don't know if there's anything else other than the series. The series ended prematurely, if I remember correctly. There's only 2 seasons, 10 episodes each. And it kind of ended by making one of the characters a god, which I thought was kind of meh. It was like not really a god, but like an autistic savant, something like that. 2 seasons and 1 movie. I didn't see the movie actually. I might watch the movie. Maybe I did see the movie. Maybe that's what I remember. I remember what's it called the channel. I think it was like sci-fi. It was actually literally sci-fi. Killed a lot of shows that were pretty popular, and this is one of them. Yeah, I think I saw Serenity. I think I saw it. Yeah. Yeah, at the end, one of them discovers their autistic powers. Yeah, I think, well, they killed like Star Wars, Stargate Universe. I thought that was like huge innovation. Like they might have spent like their budget creating it, that they overspent or something. But it was like, it was good. I don't know why. I guess people didn't like it. I don't know, but it was like, it was much, the production quality was like so much higher, but that's not really the only thing that was much higher. It was also like the drama and the character interactions were better. The writing was better, I think. I don't know. So I don't know. I don't know why they killed Stargate Universe. It was like the best Stargate. I'd watch the rest of it. I think I think sci-fi screwed up. Jewel? Was she the ambassador? I think she was the ambassador. Huh? Oh, the mechanic, yeah. Oh, he looks very different than the mechanic. The mechanic had this like tomboy. Oh wow, she really changed. She really changed from like the original Firefly and Atlantis. I think she was in Atlantis. Yeah, wow. Yeah, she's really different looking now. She became a woman. She went through puberty. Hollywood finally took her off the hormones. Can't be young forever, I guess. Yeah, she looks very different now. Like, super, super different. Is that plastic or what? Like, her face is, like, unrecognizable. Photoshop, probably. But no, like, her bone structure is different. Like, she looks like a European model in this one, and this one she looks like a, what's it called? She looks so different. Yeah, I mean, like, even if she lost, like, wait, how old was she? How old was she, like, when she did Firefly? Because, like, if she lost a lot of weight and she was, like, 14, she looked really young. I don't know, but she lost all that cute aesthetic, and now she's just, like, you know, conventional beauty, uh, European model look, rather than the quirky, cute, 15-year-old look. Yeah, yeah, I know, like, but yeah, her face is, like, totally, like, chiseled down, like, her cheek and maybe her nose. That's really weird. Maybe it's them. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's Photoshop. Who knows? But yeah, why did you bring her up? What's up? It's kind of neat to see how they've evolved. I saw her in I think I saw her first in Stargate, and then I saw her in Firefly. So that was kind of cool. Yeah, she was really cute. So I don't think I had a crush on her, but I thought she was really cute. 2002. I think I watched Firefly way later than it came out. Way later than it came out. I watched Firefly in, like, a virgin in the movie. Since she played, oh, she was a virgin in real life. Ah, yeah, okay. Well, yeah. So it's weird. It's weird to see, uh, some of these actresses, really change. I think what's her name? Jennifer Lawrence also has this round face cuteness that's kind of going away, and now she's more like um, a more conventional beauty. Her need for human connection made her appealing to me. Interesting. I don't know. I've never really, like, connected with, I don't know, actors in a, like a romantic sense, I guess. It was always like, oh, I like this actor. I like what's called. I like how he portrayed what's called, or I like how she portrayed the role. But yeah, I don't think I've ever had a crush on an actress. fall in love with actresses all the day, all the time from day one, and then I forget about. Yeah, I don't know. It's definitely something that is totally alien to me. Because first of all, I know that they're not, you know, interactable. You have no soul. I didn't know I was a ginger. I'm bald, not a ginger, dude. Just cutting down this design a little bit. I guess this kind is still valid. But yeah, like sci-fi elements, I think I want to have like a camp for them. You know, something very mobile. They're just kind of like they've landed here and they're exploring. A lot of overlap here, probably. It's gonna be like an invading force of little people. Probably make it a little bit bigger though. Especially the spaceship. But yeah, some kind of what's it called? Some kind of like away camp for the archaeologists. Need more information about your job. The application. I found it on Indeed, so you know it's like 100 gigs. I'm thinking it. I'm just exploring it. I'm not like, oh, this is definitely what I want to do, but I want to try it. I think. I think it. You know, focuses on the skills that I've kind of developed already. So, you know, hype, enthusiasm. Hey bot, what's up, dude? How's it going? Yeah, I added a lot. I've changed it. I've changed. I've changed slightly different composition, and I changed where the figures were. And so I had them like in design, but I didn't have an idea of where I'm gonna put them. So this is kind of like how that's. Need more info about you to complete the top comment. What? Are you wait, Ukrainian bald muscled anti-Russian soulless digital artist? What? I mean, I'm mostly anti, like, I'm not really anti-Russian. I'm anti-Russian authoritarianism, I guess. No, I don't think you can conflate the state with the people. However, I do have a lot of bad experiences with the people too. So maybe I'm anti-Russian too. But it's usually bad experiences because we discuss, normative claims, and so potato, yeah, it doesn't matter. I'll have to change the way the grass works too. This is gonna be a lot of actually top the tops of these things though. I have to revise the perspective a little bit. Because if we're looking straight at the is normative when you put the answer to your question pretending to be asked if it's not real? No, a normative claim is a claim about how things should be. And a descriptive claim is a claim about what is. So normative claim is ought. Descriptive claim is. The problem is here you go. That a lot of people say that their normative claims are actually is claims. They're actually descriptive claims. See, if I said something like, I don't know, to take Russia's policy on homosexuality. If I said homosexuality is a mental disorder, which is what I think with the basis for their what's called that's their normative claim. If that's what they said, right? And then they said this actually is a description of reality, right? That's like that very big fallacy there. That's when you stop thinking that you're just making a judgment and you start thinking that you're actually a scientist just exploring truth. So that's just to kind of illustrate that concept. When you put the answer to your question pretending to be asking but not really. I think that's called sea lining, and I think it's a disingenuous way of arguing. Like it's kind of a fallacy in itself, but it's used as a defense. You could see this a lot on like certain parts of Twitter. They'll accuse you of being a sea lion. So when you're just pretending to be interested in this is kind of like a deep cynicism about people manifesting And it's a deep cynicism about also the opposing side, I guess. It's that they're never really interested in learning or trying to figure out what the opponent's position is. This is also another like problem when you believe you're describing the world rather than making judgments about it, and that's when you start believing your own bullshit is actual factual claims, and that there is no room for debate. There is only your facts. And if anyone says that this is not fact, this is opinion, I'll say something like, you're denying my lived-in experiences, something like that. You're sea lioning. You're not actually interested in learning. And by learning, what they actually mean is accepting the... Ooh, Video Game Donkey has uploaded a video. Accepting their perspective. Oh god, I really wanna see this. Sonic Hedgehog. The Sonic movie looks great. I'm definitely gonna watch this later. If I am wrong, I'm unhappy, so I'm right. What? Put in like when. I'm not sure if that's like. Not sure. I think I'm gonna get. Rip off them.
No souls and should burn in fucking hell. Hey guys, it's me, Donkey. After watching this new Sonic trailer, the first thought that went through my mind was, how much money did they spend on this? $10, $15? Well, assuming that this is on par with G-Force, they've spent a minimum of $150 million on this Sonic here that you are seeing. That's the one. 150 million. Now, think about all the things you could achieve with $150 million. You could feed a village of starving children 15 generations over. You could build and fund schools, hospitals. You could even make a movie where the Sonic doesn't look like my created character from Sonic Forces.
Remember back when people were angry that they made Sonic's arms blue? Can we return to that time period? I'll even take this one at this point. Man, I'll even take this one.
In video games, the person who sets the bar for everyone else is Mario. In the case of video game movies, he set the bar very, very low. You kids are out here thinking that Sonic looks bad? Shit. Look at this Mario. Just the default Mario that everyone knows, right? Here he is in the movie. Here's Yoshi. Here's Bowser. Here's a fucking Goomba, not a Koopa, because that's too similar. No, that thing is a Goomba. Watching these out-of-touch Hollywood executives try to understand video games is like watching Tommy Wiseau try to play Dark Souls.
And we want to open the door. Can we? Is it? Oh!
Remember in the 40-Year-Old Virgin
Why
when
is
Steve
this so
Carell was
hard?
playing Tony Hawk in this sweet gaming chair with these giant fight sticks on each side?
Get some road burn, come on! Come on!
Shut the fuck up, Steve Carell. You can't control a video game with a chair, you goddamn fucker. Now look at this stupid ass Ant-Man playing Xbox with a Nintendo 64 controller. You moron. That's the wrong one. Why does the Sonic from Wreck-It Ralph look more like Sonic than the Sonic from Sonic? Ever think about that? My only theory on this is that they don't actually have the rights to Sonic. You know, like they just made this entire movie without Sega's permission, and the producer had some dirt on Jim Carrey, like he killed someone in the 90s, so they blackmailed him to be Robotnik. It seems like I'm the only person on the internet who's actually disappointed with this new Sonic trailer. Like, people on Twitter are making all this great fan art where he looks more like the original design. There's one where he's the kid from Jumanji. Here's one that teases a possible Tails spin-off. They got big Knuckles on this one for the poster.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
The G from that. So yeah, this movie looks great. Very excited to see where they go with the sequel. Maybe they'll swap out Jim Carrey with Steve Carell like an Evan Almighty. That would be great.
Subscribe to Donkey. Never a disappointment. Every time. It's always short form comedy. It's great. There's never a bad time to watch a Donkey video. He looks like a furry. That's because he is. Disney has been feeding us what's it called? Disney and Sega has been feeding us furries in disguise for a little under a century. It's like one video per month. He's been uploading more recently, but yeah, it's like it's good because he doesn't like try to, you know, shove hundreds and hundreds of what's it called, hours of, you know, mediocre content into what's it called, into your mouth. Just eat it. Eat the what's it called? Eat that content. Let me see. Let's go watch. Remember this. Remember that. Yeah, it's good stuff. Yeah, it was. I think it was all like fake, if I remember correctly. Yeah, he has some really good stuff in there. Big fan. There's only there's really a couple of short form comedians on YouTube that are like totally worth it. Commenticate, just 100%. Big fan. Got he's got timing, acting, he's got everything. Got good stuff. But yeah, Disney is basically furry propaganda at this point. It's just a matter of time until we are all furries. I think a furry, what's it called, accepted an award live now, so I guess we're a furry nation now. I don't know. I remember furries from such hits as what's it called, Buying Foam. Oh, my view of furries has been eternally tainted. Don't think I can. I'm just gonna have to live with my bigoted views. Oh god. Determined. What does that mean? What does determined mean in this context? Oh no. Pussy. Hey. You'll have to tell me what her argument is. Determined. Determined by what? By society, maybe? I'm trying to steal, man. Like, what could possibly be meant by those words? Determined by biology? There's a determinate part of marriage. So marriage is a social innovation, right? It's not a. I guess monogamy would be more like a biological innovation, but marriage as in an institution is like the institution itself is social innovation or idea. There's parts of it that are biologically within us, or biological innovations that are part of it. Monogamy, for instance, that is a mating strategy, right? I wonder if a man gets bored of big boobs like that. I don't know. Is it a man? I never know. tend not to well, make judgments out loud. As long as they're, you know, as long as I'm not that one dude, that one Russian guy I told you about, then I really don't give a shit. Share your strong opinions on Discord. Did you know that Twitch can ban you for your strong opinions anywhere now? Kind of a thing. I'll probably share like some opinions. I don't know. I like, even when I'm sharing strong opinions, I like to couch them in do I have strong opinions about boobs? Yeah. Boobs are great. Very strong opinion. Yeah, it's weird. Twitch can ban you for what your chat is saying too if you don't. If you apparently like engage with chatters, there's some things that are off limits. Yeah, I think it's a tough life for people that really want to be, you know, just Twitch streamers. I think if you want to be an entertainer, you should probably start building outside of Twitch as soon as you can. Because the chances of you getting permabanned for saying something entertaining are very high. It's a hard knock life for us. It's a hard knock life for us. Getting banned on Twitch, it sucks. Getting banned on Twitch, it sucks. But yeah, I think all I care about is boobs. Why are we talking about bans? If you say something negative about the owner of the boobs, you get Twitch banned, for instance. But yeah, negative, like what? Covering their I think even a categorization of what's it called, or some sort of grouping is bannable. You say these streamers represent a group of streamers that behave in a certain way, and you add a negative connotation to that. What does Korean Jesus know? What does he know? Greek gets emotional about struggling with what? So confusing. Yeah, IRL is kind of a dark place. I don't really want to be there because I never know when they're gonna say something that's gonna be like punishable by the law. That Wasn't that guy, what's his name, Arab Andy? Didn't he get banned for faking a bomb threat? And there's what's it called? There's like a whole case about it. You know what? I think I wanna make this thing a little bit big. Gonna merge these to make a backup layer. But yeah, furries are taking over. Soon we will have state enforced furries. For sure, it's gonna happen. That's just how it is. Amazon shall repay you for one. What's Amazon gonna pay me for? I'm really gonna work on their thighs soon. I feel like that's like one of the weaker points. Full image. Cut this up a little. Make more of the underside here visible, I think. Be very good. Also, I just remembered you asked something, said something like, Russians don't want to speak English. It's probably because they don't really know English. The Russian that's taught in Russian schools, like, so surface level, so such shit that I don't think you can even call it school. Oh, you said you called them to speak English, right? Whenever they didn't understand each other, they called you an American. But yeah, if you think about it, they probably can't. The only thing they know is who, and that's it. That's basically the extent of a Russian education system on English. The internet things will change. It's already started. I am not sure about that. There's not a lot of things that Russian people have as part of their identity. This is actually one of the problems that the Russian government is facing, and they are always trying to what makes Russian, right? It's the Russian. Is it the borscht that they stole from Ukraine? What defines Russian as as a concise identity? Is it the gulags? What the make it all about Ukraine? Well, no. This is a problem that they admit that they have. And so I don't think they want to give up their language. If they take what they usually do is they appropriate and they debase at the same time. Russia watches our culture. They watch our movies. They listen to our music. They wear our clothes. They import our culture wholesale. And at the same time, the West is responsible for all the evils in the world. It's actually kind of fun to watch because they have like this weird cognitive dissonance. Because if the West is bad, he says while eating McDonald's, Russian superiority in the face of eating consuming our goods and culture as his goods and culture, consuming our technology. And so what does the government do? It sees a problem that there needs to be a strong affirmation of Russian identity. And so the only way to do this is because they obviously you can't just manufacture an identity, is to denigrate the West, is to denigrate everything else, while still simultaneously, consuming it wholesale. This is like Russia 101. am I done? I'm never done. Never done. The West is evil. Ree! I'll talk about it with a non-biased person. I don't think they are going to import English. I know countries like Ukraine will, because they're... this is actually a problem for Ukraine, because they've constantly been saying that they need to reestablish their own culture versus Soviet culture. So for them, it's an actual problem, right? Because it's... they were genocided, and their culture was replaced with Soviet culture. Ukraine is a lot like Russia, yeah. And so the past 20 years, yeah, well, I mean, that's what happens when you take over, kill off all the people, and separate their lands into. It's like, it's literal genocide. It's called the Holodomor. This is one of the things that Stalin did in his tenure. He decided that Ukrainians had to die. He did it. But yeah, so the Ukrainians have had a lot of reforms that said something like, well, okay, well, you know what, we're gonna have Ukrainian translations for our movies. If you want to have a movie, you have to translate it into Ukrainian. If you want to show it, and not Russian. You can have English with subtitles, but you can't have just Russian. And so Russian movies have to be translated. So this is the problem with ideologies which fight, right? And there's always a fight of ideology. It's never anything anything more. Oh yeah, I think I don't think I'm that biased. But could be wrong. I think I'm aware of, and I think of Russian transgression more than most people. And so by being viscerally aware of it, I feel like I'm closer to the problems. This is like living in the ghetto. It's no longer an I guess you can call it a bias, because it's no longer just a neutral, or pretending to be neutral, because you're never neutral. There's the big lie is that there is an unbiased observer. No such thing. There's only less biased, I guess, or biased in a different way. Or maybe a computer could be, but even then, computers are programmed by people and they share the, you know, the answers to what is important. Was that an attempt to include yourself? Yeah, sure. I do think I like biased in what way? If it was if it's biased to like an objective, like sort of like I only describe things as they are, then yeah, of course I'm biased. But there's no unbiased entity. It was more an attempt to denigrate that other fictional person that you were describing. That one that's unbiased. Yeah, you don't know which bias you have. That's the point. Like, bias towards what? You know, bias towards European goals, bias towards your own sense of morals. You have moral intuitions which are built in. You can't just pretend like they're not there. Upon hearing something, you've already made, you know, some moral leaps because you operate on axioms. There's no one that doesn't operate on, you know, a set of axioms that just gets data and doesn't interpret, just doesn't engage, just collects. You know, that it's human to someone who believes they don't have axioms just doesn't have access to whatever their axioms are. So they are living out the dreams of someone who died 100 years ago. Every thought that comes goes away. that's interesting. Yeah, if you had memory problems, if you had a pathology which disallowed memory, yeah, you would be maybe you would be a little bit more free from bias. Yeah, as long as you have memory and as long as you have heuristic for like, analyzing problems of any sort. Are murderers bad? And if you say, well, not all murderers, bad, I don't know. No, most likely you've already like, well, yeah, murder has the badness built into the word. No, you're always operating on preconceptions, presuppositions. No one who exists outside of that. We are human, not robots. And not even like the, I guess, utopian robots. Well, you're wrong. Simple as that. I have access to the hypothetical axioms in my perfect memory. I look at axioms and laugh. Okay, well, look, the only way to become less biased, not unbiased, because you're always operating under some sort of framework. You're always kind of feeding through your own lens, or whatever lens you're choosing for that particular experiment. The only way to get a little bit further is to maybe be further away from it historically. Like to use an anthropological lens. You know, that sort of kind of work. Not really, but you know. But if you ever try to do that, it would be like reading history. What you're doing is when you're discussing, right? You're engaging with the ideas on, you know, several bases. It's not you just reading off a set of facts and thinking, oh, okay, this is what happened. No, you're always looking at it through like, oh, this is bad, or this is good, or this this is how it should have happened. This is how we ought to act. This is like, yeah, basically. You never just, okay, this is how it happened. Are you done? I'm never done. No. It's not how it works. I'm always on a rant. Just a different one. Now I've made a penis-shaped tower. So you have axioms that you operate on, whether you like it or don't like it. You either have, you know, axioms of logic, which is A equals A, B equals B, sum of A equals C, not all of C equals A. These could be defined in a more constrained manner, like Wittgenstein tries to do in his book. But ultimately, we can't get to a scientific language, and so your moral, you know, prescriptions are always baked in, whether you like it or not. I don't like your world. Well, it's my world, which you share. It's our world. Yeah, as long as you think you are discriminating, because you're constantly making value judgments. If you are only looking at data and you're not making conclusions, then yeah. Because when you make a conclusion, here's why, like, oh well, then how can you say that, you know, rabbits are faster than turtles or something like that? There's like, look, there's empirical data there. The problem is that the things that you pay attention to, those are already judgments. So, you know, saying I want to pay attention to this variable, that's already kind of deductive rather than, or I mean inductive rather than deductive. So there's a series of leaps happening even in the very, very small, like totally controlled experimentation of something like chemistry, where you're just combining two substrates and you're saying, like, look, this is what happens when you combine these two substrates. This is the thing that occurs. I don't have any of those issues. That's fine. You still have what's it called? You still when decisions happen, I just ask others on what I should do. Well then you've already made a even worse judgment. It's that your judgment doesn't matter, but there is a judgment. You do have one. Just you're just saying it doesn't matter, even if you don't make any decisions. Basically, you exist as a you exist in the master-slave almost morality, which is, you know, I am always reactionary to what the master says. Basically, I never have my own drives or what's called moral judgments, which is the worst thing you could do. The worst thing, which is a judgment. I have to come up with a lot of architecture. Makes sense. In the background. But yeah, there's a lot of problems, right? With even accepting that I have a bias and trying to correct for it. Nietzsche makes the claim that we are never totally aware of what it is we want, why we think the things we think. There's always a kind of a black box that you're dealing with. That's mostly true. So, how exactly can you correct for a bias if you're unable to detect it? A problem that's unfalsifiable, right? It's also banally true. I guess the problem comes when you have sociology making the claim that something like these biases are ever-present, undetectable, and unchangeable. And the conclusion is that, well, I'm not even sure what the conclusion is, but I think it's a pretty dark one. Something like these people should have no voice in the government, where people should not be listened to on social policy because they have the wrong biases. This is also something that I think sociology fails to kind of say, is that if these biases exist, everyone has them. And so changing the boss doesn't change what happens or what actions are taken. It just changes who's doing the actions. So this is why I think implicit bias testing is bullshit. Even if they were, if you take claims prima facie true, everyone has these biases, then yeah. These undetectable, unchangeable, deterministic biases. that basically all it does is put the whip in someone else's hands. All the solutions, anyway. Unless they figure out a way out of their own unfalsifiable claim. It sounds something like more women generals. Clap emoji. So no change to the mode or the underlying principles, just change of person or type of person. So you want to talk about who are the crypto fascists? It's the ones that argue for fascism under the guise of equality. Their own ideology and as supreme. Yeah, I don't know. I have an outline for the lighting now. Sort of. I think what I want is some of this mid-ground element look more figure out a perspective that works. I think what I'll do is if I was trying to kind of see where all these lines kind of converge. Hi, Amber. What's up, dude? I think I might want to lower the horizon line. Neat. Hey, thanks for the lemon. Appreciate it. How's your day going? Okay. I'm not sure if all the lines go to one area. I think I might have to flatten. But we are looking at it from the top. So. Doing good. Oh, good to hear. I think if you start peeing while sitting, all of your problems will be solved. I'm not sure about that. Don't think any problem will be solved. I have a really great solution. I just can't tell you what it is. I think this guy, if he was standing, would end up here. That's all right. No, I will never sit. That is very quiet today. Where is everyone? Today is like the middle of Thursday. They're probably all at work or school. Usually chat picks up after people get home nowish to later. This is looking chat really cool. Hey, thanks. Appreciate it. Yeah, I'm trying to tell a very complex story here. Some of it is well, probably not gonna make it into the final copy, but it's something like aliens discovering an ancient civilization and exploring this little world. Probably don't have much of the aliens in the what's called, but I think what I want are like you know, like maybe some kind of kind of towers that kind of look like they're exploring some of these parts. I don't know. Maybe. I'm watching this at school. Don't tell anyone. Yeah. I have people come by while at work. That always freaks me out. I'm like, oh god. I hope you're okay, man. It's like, if I try to do this at work, I would get shit canned in a second. Whenever I used to work, you know. I'd always have to spend all my time, working. Dead. Zombie apocalypse outside. That sounds much better than a clown apocalypse or a clown zombie apocalypse. So I'll take it. I'll take the zombie apocalypse. I think that's a good way to go. I think we're good with that. But yeah, hey McCready, what's up, dude? Mr. Creedy. Sorry. Why did I call you McCready? Maybe McCreed? It's high noon. Hey, thanks for the farmer. Follow, Amber. Appreciate it. I summoned a few people. I feel powerful. How did you summon people? Tell me your ways. Show me the way. This is actually my favorite meme right now. It's that there's probably gonna be a Uganda Knuckles meme in the new Sonic movie. It's probably gonna happen. There's probably gonna be a reference. That's so just like, God, I know it's coming. This is gonna be. They will reawaken. They will reawaken the meme. What's on this layer right now? Okay. I'm gonna merge that in. Just a couple lines, and then I'm gonna try to do this. Okay, so if there was a vanishing point off screen, I feel like this thing is out of perspective. Yeah, because it's so close. I feel like these all go to there. All these lines go to there. I feel like go over here somewhere. But this line doesn't. I feel like that line is broken. So I'm gonna erase it. There is no way. Meow. Have this thing, and then I'm just gonna. Yeah, there's definitely gonna be a Uganda Knuckles Sonic movie reference crossover. I wonder, my question is, how did they get Jim Carrey to do that movie? It just okay, so recently there's a movie called The Emoji Movie, and I believe they had God, sir, I'm blanking on his name. The bald guy from Star Trek. Fuck. Professor X. What was his name? Sir, I don't remember his name. But you know who I'm talking about. But he was in the Emoji Movie as a voice, and I'm just wondering, are these people running out of money? Why would you do this? And he described his performance in it as itself a meme. And I think it's kind of like it's an attempt to be young and cool and hip. But dear God, why? There was a JoJo reference in the Sonic trailer. Yara yara daze. Oh God, I didn't catch it if there was one. but I haven't seen all of JoJo, so like I'm still on Stardust Crusaders. I'm actually getting through it. I've got maybe 15 more episodes to go through Stardust Crusaders. That would be pretty good. I'm gonna have to wait. Hold on. I'm gonna have to look this up now because I am very interested in this. JoJo. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure fans spot hilarious shout out in Sonic the Hedgehog. Sonic casual makeover, blah 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 blah. It's getting a wide variety of responses. Is this a JoJo? One of the most popular games among fans. Is this a JoJo reference? And how fans can't stop talking about JoJo's Bizarre Adventure when watching Sonic the Hedgehog. One of those prominent moments in the trailer is when Sonic stands still while he's surrounded by a flurry of missiles. This hilarious though looks exactly that prominent moment in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Stardust Crusader in which Dio uses his stand. Spoiler, I haven't gotten the fucking Dio and his stand yet, so I'm not gonna read that. This is literally where I'm at in the series. People have no respect for people who watch shit really slowly. I'm definitely gonna get through it soon though. I remember I think I saw it spoiled though. There was one I think I already saw it actually, but I didn't know that I saw it up until I like just thought about it. I believe Tio's Zawurdo. He stops time, but I saw it in a meme, and this is like a long time ago. His stand. It's time. Yeah, I think I saw it. It's okay if you survive. You get spoiled about a series. I will not survive. I'll die instantly. I think it was what's it called? Everything is a JoJo reference. Everything is a Simpsons reference, technically. But it's just like it's kind of like an iconic thing. Like, what would you do with, you know, if you could stop time? And this is, yeah. At this point, it's so disconnected. If he I don't think Dio ever says something like, "I walked 9 million steps today." And he definitely doesn't say the world. Yeah, I'm literally like trying to finish Stardust Crusaders. Trying to finish it. But yeah, I wonder when I see like monstrous actors like Jim Carrey. I know Jim Carrey's been painting a lot recently. Like, yeah, not my cup of tea. Definitely not my cup of tea in terms of aesthetics. Dio walks and thus walking is a JoJo reference. If he walks, what's it called? If they have a shot where it's like a worm's eye view. If they have a worm's eye view, then yeah. They have like a worm's eye view shop where Dio is returning a game to GameStop. Then yeah, it's definitely what's called. It's definitely a JoJo reference. But yeah, this is another one where I think that's from the manga, but I haven't read that either. This is just all from like fucking spoilers off of fucking memes. You can't watch things anymore. You just gotta like fucking stay off the internet if you want to watch watch anime in a slow amount of time, because ain't nobody got time to watch all of it all the time. There's just no way. I definitely need breaks from anime, like a lot. I'll just watch one series and I'll be like, oh, watch another series, I'm gonna be dead. But yeah, it's is this a JoJo reference? Is itself like a meme, right? At this point. Is this painting a JoJo's reference? I am actually a little bit inspired by JoJo, so maybe. But yeah, it looks like Danny dies. What? Oh, she doesn't. I think there's like a whole group of people that it's called. Oh shit! But then like I spoiled something. Wait, hold on. By refuting a spoiler, you're a spoiler yourself. Rip. I mean, unless you have like access to the book that's not even written, then yeah, I guess maybe you could know. Wait, hold on. Is today Thursday? Is today Game of Thrones Day? I don't remember what day it is, ever. But spoiling a series is probably like the worst thing you can do nowadays. It's like one of those things that just no, like it's a dick move for the purpose of being a dick move, right? There's no other reason to do a spoiler. And it's like Dumbledore dies in Endgame. Oh no, I haven't seen Endgame either. I'm not gonna see it in the theaters, so I'll probably get spoiled eventually, because I ain't going to give him money. That's just not how it's gonna go down. I'm gonna wait till it's out on DVD. When is it? When am I gonna start saying I'm gonna wait till it's out on Netflix? Because I feel like that's gonna happen at some point. It's all just gonna go to like some digital standard eventually, right? Boing is fine. No, it's not. It's the worst thing. As long as you don't have sex with them, that is dumb to do it. What? Yeah, I'm gonna change his coat to fit the statues more, because he's supposed to be kind of like, these are supposed to be like representatives of these statues, like in real life. So there's the man and there's the legend, right? So If you're gonna miss out on sex because of your spoiling, then don't do it. That's terrible. That's terrible. That's the only reason? It's awful. Awful. You're an awful human being. You should never spoil things. It's bad. One time I sent a fake document. What was it? This is when like Harry Potter came out, and like the last one, and there was like a supposed leak, and I sent it to a Harry Potter fan, and she's like, "If this is true, we are no longer friends." And I never spoiled anything for anyone ever again. But that wasn't true. So it was okay. Every other relationship you could fix. No. It's terrible. It's terrible. I don't know, I was a shitty kid, so this is what I used to do. But now I try to not do that. Not to be shitty to people. It's like, no reason to do it, really. I guess the motivation isn't as strong. Shitty for shitty's sake. Hey, thanks for the lemon, Imam. Appreciate you. Or is it Imam? I'm not sure if you're a priest of Islam or an it's ma'am type of meme. But thank you for the lemons nonetheless. Thank you for the lemon, Amber. I like the lemon system. It's like a weird trickle. Kind of wish they had something like that on Twitch. I think that's one thing they could actually steal and actually like really benefit from. I think their concern is fraud, but why can't we see them in our chat box? I'll tell you why, because well, the way it works is I do chat through Restream, but Restream does not support eLive. So they can see you, but you can't see them. Only I can see them. And so it would be really good if I could figure out how to do a widget for DLive. Because if you could do that, then you can combine it with Restream, I think. But the thing is that I think the way that they do chat is fundamentally different. If I'm correct, I think Twitch actually uses IRC in some way, or it's converted to IRC somehow, or there's some kind of very similar component in their chat API, as far as I understand. Because I'm like deducing this from the fact that there was a couple of apps that allowed you to archive whole chats. I knew a person that was doing that. Yeah, I think he was doing it with something that seemed like IRC. So, but And every other program seems to, or every other streaming service seems to follow Twitch's lead here, I think. And so you can combine a lot of these into one chat app, where it's just a bunch of channels that are being aggregated. But as far as I know, DLive is doing something else, and that's also apparent because first of all, it has a memory of all the chat, which is kind of weird. But also, it doesn't. I'm not really banned, jerk. One of these days, it will be a ban. Not today. Today we have survived. What do we tell death? Not today. You know, just in case you were streaming and you were successful at it, here's a small fuck you. Yeah, I am. But yeah, it's so I wish that either Restream Chat comes to aggregate DLive would be good, or that DLive just falls in line and starts using IRC as their solution for chat, which might not happen either. Yeah, they can see it too. Everything like OBS, like I do it through OBS, right? So Restream Chat gets Restream Chat gets what's it called? I don't really use too much. I just use the display capture and the alert box. That's another thing. You can't get alerts from DLive. So whenever someone follows, I can't. Oh, wait, can I? Hold on. Let me see. Because I haven't actually checked and connected. Let me see if I can connect though. What's it called? That would be pretty good. That would be at least a little bit of something. Let me see. Yeah, maybe introducing mask. That is. I don't want to do that right now. I need to look at. Keep stopping. 7,500 skip frames. It's probably China just like fucking with something. I don't know. I don't know why we're dropping frames. TBH. I think those drop frames came from like really weird. I don't know why the connection's so bad. Let me restart OBS. I think it's because we've been live for 6 hours. Maybe it's because I'm working on such a large file. Yeah, because it's a lot of skip frames. Let me merge down so that, you know, we're basically from here. We'll pretend like I started here. It doesn't really matter. those layers don't really matter all that much. Let me see if that improved. It looks like I have 800 drop frames right now, which is a lot. It's not good. But yeah, it kind of works like that. Let me see if I can connect. See if I can connect to. Can I connect DLive to Streamlabs? Because I don't really have time. How to stream on DLive using Streamlabs OBS? Getting Streamlabs on DLive? Streamlabs OBS and Restream. Looks like you can if you're using their OBS, but their OBS lags me a lot. Let me see. Russia found your location. Probably. Creator page. Live now. Okay. That's really weird, but okay. Alert box is the only one I'm really using. I don't think there's a way to get it to work unless the site, because like, for instance, Picardo, or well, actually Picardo doesn't register either. Mixer, for instance, right out of the box, the follower notifications, I think they go through. As far as I remember. So the only way is for them to either all set up on the same platform for chat. I don't think that's gonna happen. Or for Restreamio to figure out a solution from their side where they just aggregate this chat in a different way. But I don't even know how they're gonna do that if they recreate the chat every time, unless it scrapes the new URL every time somehow. I mean, that's possible. That's like one solution probably, is that whenever you go live, the chat takes a look at what the new URL for the new chat window is, and they just scrape it. That could be how they do it. I think I accidentally closed DLive chat. No, there it is. Okay. And thank you for the ice cream. I appreciate it. I will use that to buy ice cream. That's how it works. Can I trade these in for at the ice cream store? But yeah, this image is actually inspired by an old Sam Hyde clip. Let's see, world peace. You're gonna have to Google it. I would recommend watching through all of World Peace, to be honest. It's a comedic masterpiece, and Sam Hyde is kind of a genius. So yeah, be sure to check it out. Tom, I think you would like it because you like comedy. So yeah, I think it's up on YouTube. I think most of it is up on YouTube. Really good stuff. And there's also a TED Talk. Sam Hyde is such a genius that he's done a TED Talk. It's called Paradigm Shift 2020. It's a comedian. It's a small series. It's called World Peace. But also check out Paradigm Shift. I think it was 2078 or 2084. 2078, I think. Let's see, Paradigm Shift. 2070. No? Yeah, Sam Hyde's 2070 Paradigm Shift. Definitely watch this.
His work spans.
I don't know if he trolled them to say that he was actually in Nat Geo. I don't think that's part of his actual portfolio work. We'll bookmark and never watch. This is one of the most important comedic what's called memes of our time, so I highly recommend it. Highly recommend it. One of the most important, for sure. I would say he's Carlin level good, to be honest. It's just that he's vast. He's a different type of comedy. He's not he's an absurdist. But what's it called? I really want to get rid of this. I don't know what to use in its place, but that is like it's in a weird. I know I want a symbol there. No one can reach Carlin. Carlin's pretty good. Pretty good. I think he's number one for one of the best comedians ever, right? On the even on Comedy Central. I think he might be under Richard Pryor, but you know, it's like at that point he's number one, number two. I find Carlin more funny. I think his comedy was better, but yeah. Maybe it's subjective. I think this is what I want to do actually. Something that's in his whole hand. Then a little bit bigger. Maybe without the triangle. Maybe the triangle's inside the circle. Trying to design magic. Trying to design a magic that could works with work with this hand. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of a big thing. I'm not really sure about the magic just yet. Definitely like something that I'm kind of working on. Gotta go. Have a nice day. Yeah, you too, man. Thanks for hopping in. And thanks for all the lemons. Something like this might be interesting. I didn't actually, should have done this backwards. See, now I'm connecting it to the center, but I should have expanded it from the center. Someone who's out of context here is thanks for all the lemons. Yeah, I appreciate the lemons. Yeah, it's just is this a joke? Is this stream about lemon farming? So I want to design something that's prominent, but doesn't really take center stage. I have another idea. That is use the same symbol on the ground. And that'll kind of give you a sense of, oh, there's magic being used here. And that might help telling that story. We'll see. I'm not absolutely sure about this magic circle, but I think it might be an interesting way of doing it. I think it really you know, right away you kind of tell that, oh, okay, that's magic, which is good. That might be something that I want to pursue. And I could also add like red lights to everything. Might be good for lighting. Maybe. It's an interesting idea, tying everything together, I think. So now you kind of get a clear idea of magic, but it could also be, you know, because the red is so The red is too much. Hey, Lord Sven, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. But I think what I want to do instead is just make it a, because this is good, but it's also very what I want to do is actually just make it like engraved in the stone almost. And that would solve the problem that I don't want to really change the lighting. I think the lighting is already perfect. I need to innovate on like what is an effective storytelling or effective way of telling the story. So if it was just carved in the stone, I think that's pretty effective. I do it for money. I don't make enough money right now, but I usually pick up gigs, and I usually pick up what's it called, freelance stuff. But yeah, I'm like, I freelance and I work shitty jobs. Or maybe I'll find a good job eventually. We'll see. Hopefully at some point I will do this for a living. So far though, I've done it only for small projects, a lot of private clients, but I've always wanted to kind of illustrate or concept for AAA studio of some sort. That would be pretty dope. Also, it'd allow me to move somewhere, which would be kind of cool. But yeah, I mean, like, what's the biggest part of this right now? This image, is it like right now I'm still in like concept stage, TBH. I'm not really illustrating. I have an idea, space aliens exploring ancient Rome magic thing. Okay, that's an idea. I think it's a premise. You could go from that premise. You could do something with it. Like, it doesn't have to end at an illustration. You could world build on it. I like concept. I like thinking about things and coming up with things. And then I really like problem solving. This is a weird. I like fixing. I like coming up with solutions for things. And I also like illustration. So that's making it look nice. Right now it looks like shit, but eventually it'll look nice. I think this one's kind of a big what's it called? Big ask. There's a lot of stuff on here. It's like you can't just I think I want to change the size of the humans a little bit. But yeah, eventually it's gonna look nice when everything is rendered. Everything is done. But right now it's very passable. Very passable for like an establishing idea, right? It's a good sketch. This looks nice to me though, but I'm not even close to being an artist. Well, keep working at it, and I'm sure we'll both make it. I'm sure we'll both make it. Just keep working. Keep working. Never be satisfied with, you know, what you can do. Always look to the stars. And, yeah. Sounds like you would enjoy being a UI programmer for UD stuff. I actually do a little bit of UI, but I don't do the programming for it. I like the look and feel. I like those concepts. I like, you know, how do I create a good interaction with for the user, right? These ideas are like always like, I'm always thinking about them when I'm playing a video game. I'm like, oh fuck, did this guy design the UI like a jerk? This guy is he's a jerk, man. There's so many ways of handling these problems that he could have gone with, and it's not always just, you know, looking good. I don't want to be an artist, but I enjoy watching streams like yours. Oh, well, that's good. That's good. Yeah. Definitely not for everybody. I would say this is definitely not for everybody. See, all like the legs are all wrong. I need to reference all the legs. The legs will be my downfall. I mean, I'd like to do UI if that was like, it's still a creative endeavor. I would still be, you know, okay with it. I mean, like UX, UI are definitely things that I think about when I play video games and things. Like when I notice good UI, I'm always like, oh wow, these guys are ahead of the game. And there's a lot of stuff like that happens. Like, I don't know, like 10 years ago now? I don't actually know how long ago. But Guild Wars 2 came out, and their UI was just beautiful and simple. It was just like the best. It was simple. It was well thought out and well made. And like ever since then, basically every other company has kind of appropriated either parts or whole. You know, it's like, we're just gonna take it. It's ours now. You made this, I made this. But yeah. Oh, thank you for the lemon. Appreciate it. You can see me, but I can't see you. It's like you're in a higher dimension, but I'm still in 3D. D-Live has ascended beyond human understanding. Oh god. Yeah, I wish I could integrate. This is like, you know, I'm absolutely for it. I just I haven't figured out a way. I guess I could have it on the front screen. That'd be one way. Or you know what? I could cast. Can I cast part of my screen? Like, could I cast part of my second screen? That would be really annoying. But I think I could do it. Can I cast part of the second screen? Is that a possibility? Cast and then resize. Okay, so I would add. Wait, can I add the browser? Wait, can I just add another browser and then browse this location? Let's see, can I just browse to here? What happens if I? Oh. I have to see how. Can I? Can't unscale it. How do I wait, where's crop? Where's crop? Where's crop? Where's crop? I don't see crop. Alt. Oh wait, you can use modifiers? Oh yes. What? That's crazy. I love this. Thank you, streamer friend. For oh, this is great. What's the wait? Does it cut off messages? Hold on. That wasn't enough, I guess. Okay, hold on. I can't tell because it's okay. So I'm gonna make it about as big. Can you still read this if I make it about this big? I don't think you can read it. All right. All right, guys. Keep it 280. Keep it 280. 280 characters. Thanks. All right. Basically this is just for people on. This doesn't work for me, but it does work for you guys. So I think that's kind of cool. That's for chats, I guess. Most people don't type long texts. That's true. Keep it Twitter size and everything will be what's it called? I mean, again, so it's just for people that are on Twitch and they see me chatting with someone from DLive. DLive is privileged in its own video and its own window. It's kind of neat. I'm gonna share this with what's called this innovation. I feel like I've discovered something, but most people probably know about it or know about how to do things like that. DLives has 3 lines of text, which has 4. That's unfair. Wow, Ripperoonie. That's pretty awesome. I did not know that this worked this way. I wonder what else I can innovate in. I've never tried to actually, be have a robust streaming to hide my camera sides. Oh, I can just select a different resolution for my camera, but I never really use it. Instead of rearranging the camera, just crop the size you don't like. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's pretty good, actually. Oh, God. Okay. It's good that I just thought of that. Wow. Alright. Camera. Okay, I'll have to wear jeans for the video interview in case I need to move something around. I was like, oh man, what if would I have to get up with my underwear? Always wear jeans. That would be my what's it called? It's easier to stream with your underpants on though, so. But yeah, I'm gonna have a lot of people. I'll be like walking around. Doing things. But yeah, there's a lot of problems in here that I'm not sure about. Like, what is the difference between these stone statues and, say, the bronze statues? I guess the color is one thing, but it would be pretty good if I came up with something else. This leg is like wrong. That leg. Almost completely. Artyom, do you stream on finish time? Finish stream. I feel like I could steal more things from you. More learns. How to Twitch effectively. But yeah, I think I'm gonna cut it short here because still gotta prepare the food, eat it, and then prepare for an interview, and then yeah, the interview. So, you know, we got some things done. A lot of dabbing has been changed. So I basically changed the composition up. It's a lot less dead. Trying to keep using the concepts without, you know, trying to use the content without losing it, and change the much less dead. More focus. I have to think about that circle in the middle. And the way the perspective is going back. yeah, otherwise, pretty good. Anyway, thank you guys for coming. I have my dashboard open? Nope, of course I don't. Let me give someone a little host before I go. Pop. Let's see, who's streaming? Let's give Grumpetech a small post. Yeah, thank you guys for coming by. See you all next time.